1, 2, 3. And 3 cameras. Boom. There we go. What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good?
Yo.
Warren, Kai, what's happening? Dr. David, what's good? G Chill. Manny. Rockin' New Era. Johnny G. Michael, what's good, baby? Map 1, Michigan Wolverines. We see y'all. Let's go see. Hold up. Where's the gatekeeper? Oh, there he is.
Ramsey.
He here. He witnessed a pitching masterpiece.
Giants are struggling.
Wow, Ramsey said Ramsey normally doesn't like things that are cool, but he's taking the jerseys.
Okay.
All right, Ramsey, Ramsey turning over a new leaf.
You don't like things that are cool.
He doesn't. He hates everything that's fun.
That's funny.
I like
The
all three.
purple one?
Yeah.
Oh,
the third one.
Malik's. Yeah.
I like all three.
Well, that one looks sneakily familiar to me.
To the to which one?
The one Malik had. Malik's what is it called?
Is that
The statement. It don't look familiar.
To what?
Look at the screen. It don't look like our logo. It looks exactly like our logo.
Look, now we're running an NBA franchise.
Yeah. Well,
we've been running programming. We running radio station. Now we're running an NBA franchise. Man, add it to the resume.
We're down. We're down. Oh man. Show about to start. Terrence, what's going on? Mrs. Mac 10, what's happening?
Miss Mac 10 is the Lick West Side.
About 20, 30 seconds out. No, I lied. We're starting the show now.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Vibe check one more time.
Yeah.
We're here on this short week, this Monday, like Wednesday here, July 5th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And he's James Ham.
That's blue chip right there.
Yes, indeed it is. We welcome our 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us to start the show. Why not? We've been gone for a couple of days. There's plenty to talk about. We saw Sacramento Kings basketball on Monday. James obviously here early because games get underway once again at the Golden One Center beginning in just a couple of hours. Final day of the California Classic here before the teams heads off to Las Vegas for Summer League. James, there's a lot to talk about here in our hour together, Hammer. Let's start with some stuff that happened over the weekend. Let's start with some things that happened while we were away. You first brought up this renegotiation and extend with Domantas Sabonis like a year ago, and it was very much one of those moments where James would spend 25 minutes explaining something, and it would ultimately result in me going, okay, James, that's a cool thing to talk about on the show. Never going to happen.
Yeah.
But okay, James, that's great. Cool. So about the game last night, let's dive back into that. And then it was a couple of weeks ago, James calls and says, hey, I think this thing is happening. And you were the first one to talk about it. You were the first one to report it. And I don't care if Adrian Wojnarowski sent the tweet out. You were the first one who alerted us to this. And you had that contract extension damn near down to the dollar. But it all ends with Domantas Sabonis being back with the Sacramento Kings for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge, huge thing for the Sacramento Kings. Basically, like the way I look at it is, again, the old parable that you learn in Sunday school. If you You want to build something strong. You don't build it on the sand. You build it on the rocks. You know, you need a foundation. And this team has lacked a foundation for almost 20 years. And now they have their two foundational pieces. It's De'Aaron Fox, it's Domantas Sabonis. And now you can build around it. And we can start adding players to that now. I mean, Keegan Murray is looking more and more like a foundational piece. And so one guy can't hold up an entire franchise. And that's something that DeMarcus Cousins learned, that one guy can't do it alone. And so to me, this is a huge thing for the Sacramento Kings. I brought it up months ago thinking, like, if I were the GM of the Sacramento Kings, this is what I would do. Like, I would do everything in my power to extend him now, because you don't want to risk something silly happening next offseason. You want to risk the Los Angeles Clippers coming at him with a monster deal, the Lakers, because he's lived in the LA area for a long time. His wife's family's from there. You don't want to put that seed of doubt in your franchise. And now they have everything locked up. And we can say it's status quo. The team is status quo. But at the same time, that's okay. You're a really good team last year. You can build off of that. You still have room to make tweaks down the road. You still have pieces that you can move. But for right now, Sabonis at $217 million. I think I was off by $2 million on the whole
Shame
package.
on you, James.
Do better.
And it was really about how much they were going to give him this year.
Yeah.
That's what it came down to. And I have them at giving him an additional $7.7 million. So $29.7 million for the season. It's good money for him. And then the contract goes up from there. And I think it's exactly what you're going to have to pay.
Hopefully John Hollinger is listening, because he didn't have a clue he was convinced that the Sacramento Kings spent $17 million. And I checked his article today, which was very conveniently edited without a little footnote at the bottom, where instead of saying it looks like the Kings have spent their whole $17 million in cap space, it now says, even though the Sacramento Kings may not have had to spend their $17 million in cap space. It's like, this man wrote an article that he really didn't understand the premise of the contract, and that was going around in the media last week when it went from James's little, well, this is possible idea to started being spoken about as a foregone conclusion. And there were people, very good writers, who were reporting on this who didn't get the concept of what was happening, that it wasn't the 140% raise on the $22 million he was set to make, that it's a renegotiate for next year, start the raises from there. And ultimately, what's that save Sacramento? Do you know, like, if hypothetically the season goes, Domantas, all pro level type player again, he's going to get a max contract. What would that look like from Sacramento?
Yeah, well, so the final year, they would have been able to give him a 5-year contract. So right now, the only thing you can do is have a 5-year deal. But the year that he's about to play that was already in place is part of that 5 years. If he would have waited till next offseason, he would have got an additional year, and that year would have been like 8% more than the final year of the deal that we're talking about, which is, I think that his final year deal is $53 million or something. So now just add another 8%. We're at, 58, 59 million. And so that's a big deal at the back end, right? As far as like the Kings, he didn't take all the money that was on the table. Yeah, whatever. But he took all the money that was on the table. Like, the only way
as he should.
Yeah.
So break that down though. Like, why are some people saying that, and why is that not true? Yeah.
Okay. So the only way he could have gotten more money is if the Kings would have just given him more money right now up front. So right now it's almost 30 million. They could have gone up to like 35 million or so, and use more cap space. But the extension, he almost maxed out. So like, I have his extension, a maximum extension for his years of service at like 42.8 million. He took like 41.7. So if we're talking like
annually, that's how it's broken down annually. Okay,
yeah. So basically, over the course of a 4-year extension, maybe he left $1 million on the table each year, but we're talking about a $217 million contract. That's not what you would consider saving a team money. Where I think maybe they're talking about he could have got more money was just the upfront thing, where they could have just like piled all of their cap space this year and given him a higher salary. But even then, he's going to tap out. He's going to max out for his years of service too.
Mhm.
So maybe he saved them a little bit, but it's not like, I mean, we're not talking about like
we don't need to start a GoFundMe for Domas.
no, and he's
Okay.
not like, he didn't save them enough to like go sign another player. That it wasn't enough for a minimum scale contract from what I can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, per year, it's just not. So, so it's a good thought, and it's good publicity.
It's very nice agent speak.
Yeah, but at the same time, like he got a lot of money.
Do you think that this was always priority number one for the Kings this offseason? Monty McNair and the Kings is to lock up Sabonis, and if a small forward free agent worked out or a trade worked out, cool. But on draft day, when they created that cap space, was the first thing we need to do, or the most important thing we need to do, is make sure we renegotiate and extend Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I think it became more and more of a possibility in as you're leading up to it. So I think the Kings basically they kicked all the tires. They looked at all of the different things that they could do. And when they were able to move off of Rashawn Holmes' contract, I'll tell you the biggest thing, and I know a lot of fans are upset that they gave up the 24th pick. The Kings sold the 24th pick in the draft for $25 million. That's crazy to me that anyone would pay $25 million for it.
Mhm.
Like you can say whatever you want about Rashawn Holmes, but for the Sacramento Kings, Rashawn Holmes is no longer an NBA player. He just wasn't. They weren't going to use him, and he was just going to sit there and waste away. So when they did that, here's how the crazy thing is for next season. I did the math already. Without Malik Monk, they're at right around 147 million in dedicated salary for next season. Almost all of their players are already locked up. I mean, it's crazy what they've done here, where almost every player on their roster is either a 2 or a 3 or a 4 year deal.
It's only Malik, right? It's
Only
still
Malik.
Yeah.
But let's add back in the 12.9 million for Rashawn Holmes next season. That means they're already at 160 million next season in dedicated salary with Sabonis's raise.
Mhm.
If you still have Rashawn Holmes, you're already pushing like luxury tax issues, and you're getting close, and you still don't have Malik Monk.
Mhm.
So it ends up being, it's not just about this year. It's not just, oh, they didn't do anything with the money that they had. It's like, well, yeah, you did. You locked up your biggest piece in Domantas Sabonis. You also gave yourself an opportunity to bring back Malik Monk next year, because if not, and you're already at 160 million and you got to pay Malik 13, 14, they can only do an early bird with Malik Monk. That's a whole nother story. But you're already looking at 174, 175 million bucks. And so the Rashawn Holmes thing is going to resonate with this franchise for a while. And it's a big deal that they were able to move that. And when they were able to do that, now it became like, can you give Harrison Barnes 18 million bucks and use the other 5 million in cap space to go and talk Sabonis into staying? And the answer was probably not. You needed the extra couple of million to push his next year salary into max money range. And so by trading Rashawn Holmes, you were able to clear the books and give him an opportunity to resume his career. Because when he's done, if he would have like been stuck in Sacramento for another 2 years, his career would be over when he's done. Like he'd have a really difficult time finding a spot after not playing for like 3 years.
Yeah.
So I think it was a win-win for the Kings, and it cost you, but did it really? What's the 24th pick?
Kobe Jones looked like a solid NBA player to me.
Kobe Jones, I like what I saw from him. And another way that I kind of looked at it, contractually, it's not the same. I understand that. But do you think at 24 you're going to get somebody better than Chris Duarte?
No, I don't.
I mean, like, I understand that's 2 years of experience and contract that you kind of lose, but you were able to get, I think,
got a rookie,
that trade
player.
enabled you to get a guy like Chris Duarte, like you said, who's on his rookie contract still. And if he's healthy, I think he's probably better than anybody.
Get that Tyrese money in a couple years because he was traded on that rookie deal.
Let me hold $1, Tyrese. Let me hold $1.
Well, and I'll also bring this up too. Like, it wasn't just getting rid of Rashawn Holmes' contract. The 24th pick in the draft came with a $2.7 million cap hold. That's a lot of money when you're pinching pennies here. It's a lot of money. And so again, we talk about maybe they could have afforded $5 million. I'm pretty sure $5 million and $2.7 million is $7.7 million, which is the exact dollar figure that they raised Domantas Sabonis'
Mm.
salary. So like, look, these things.
That's a bar right there.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. So it's kind of crazy how that works, right? And then the other thing is that when you draft Colby Jones in the second round pick contracts are totally different. They have a new second round pick exception this year, which is totally different. They were able to give him a 4-year deal, but the 4-year deal is at a league minimum. Or even if you gave him the bumped up, it's at 1.75. You're still saving $1 million there in cap space. So it really does.
Which I think
help
he
them.
got, right? Did Kobe get the bump? Yeah, he did. Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. And so for me, like it's pretty technical all the way that they've maneuvered this cap. But to be able to bring Trey Lyles back, to be able to go get the Chris Duarte deal done, which hasn't officially been done, but everything I've heard is it's done. But to get all of these pieces to bring back an Alex Len, to, everything you needed to get done and fit it all into this puzzle with Harrison Barnes, and then on top of that, be able to do the Domantas Sabonis extension. It's some of the most high level cap maneuvering I've seen, and it's really good to see. And they didn't kill themselves where next year they're going to be like, oh my gosh, we're so far over luxury tax. They're not even in the range yet. And so I think they've done a really good job here.
We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. Alex Len is back with the Sacramento Kings. We'll dive into that. And then we'll talk about Kawhi Murray, the newest member of the Sacramento Kings. Keegan, what a performance he put on. And he was made available to the media on Friday as well. We'll talk about some of that stuff. We saw basketball earlier this week. We'll dive into that. We're going to see it here again today. We're going to go commercial free to the top of the 1 o'clock hour with James Ham with Dealing with Casey. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Are you guys tweet deck guys?
I was. Is
tweet
it back? In it back? No.
I got the beta for it. Like they sent me a link and said, hey, it's because I pay for the blue check mark, but I pay for the blue check mark for very specific reasons, so I can post longer videos. But yeah, I have it in there, and it's most of the way back, and it's cool. There's some things that I like, some things I don't like.
I was upset when they got rid of that. But isn't it? Don't you have to pay for it now? If you don't have the blue check mark,
you might have to pay for it moving forward, which I think is like they're going to kill their brand here. But they just keep doing things that don't make sense.
They keep trying to get you on these new social media profiles, but John Bull keeps sending me this thing for Blue Sky, and it's a wait list. And then we all trying to get on the Spill app, and you got waitlisted there. It's like, why didn't y'all take advantage of Twitter imploding and just open up registration for this stuff? What am I missing?
And what are we waitlisting?
Come on, man.
No, it's app. Let me get on.
Yeah.
I'm no wait list.
I found the same thing. Like what exactly is happening here?
Yeah, Twitter is dying a painful death.
Nothing lasts forever. Except for D'Lo and Casey.
That's the GOAT social media of all time right there, though, Twitter.
No, it is. It is.
They might be able to figure it out. Like every time that we think that they've killed it, it comes back. And I don't see the crazy stuff that other people see because I don't follow people that post crazy political stuff and all that, or weird videos that you shouldn't be watching on the internet. So I don't see a bunch of that stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even really have any problem with how Twitter. I mean, obviously, that free agency day when the rate limit thing happened, but I still think I saw everything I needed to see. Like, I don't feel like I missed out on any announcements or something like that. Maybe my rate limit wasn't exceeded, but
so what I found was, I'd still get the alerts for something. I just couldn't read the tweet. But I could read the tweet when it was pushed to me, but if I clicked on it, I couldn't read it. It'd give me the notice.
And what happened? What I also noticed was my list would update, just not my home. So like I got a Kings Twitter list. Those were all updated the entire time. But if I was on the home and tried to like refresh, that's when the rate limit thing happened. So I don't know. I didn't feel any effects of the rate limit situation. What was that, Saturday?
Yeah, that sounds right.
There's a lot of good stuff from post game the other night. I felt bad I didn't post Jordan Ford video.
Yeah, I didn't. That's who I didn't get to watch. I watched Luke, but I didn't get to watch
Jordan.
I didn't get to watch his video.
I like him.
Yeah, so do I. I was going to ask you about him this hour.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys being here, man. Hit the thumbs up. We missed you guys the last few days.
Man, our pod did like 500 thumbs ups.
There we go. Here we go.
Wild.
James Ham here with us this first hour back. We missed you over the last couple of days. Happy to be back here with you with Kings basketball going on tonight again at the Golden One Center. And James, before we dive into that, we spent a lot of time starting the show talking about Domantas Sabonis and the fact that he's going to be a Sacramento King for a long time. And they dropped another great video with him and De'Aaron Fox unveiling those new jerseys. One thing we didn't expect was the return of Alex Len. And I have a lot of questions about that, but we'll start with Alex Len being back with the Kings. That surprised you?
It did a little bit, but, just the way that they handled him and the way they spoke about him at the end of last year, so glowingly, from one coach to the next, just talking about how Alex was the best pro they had. He showed up every day early. He put in his work. He was so good with his teammates. They enjoyed him as a teammate and having him there, even though he wasn't playing. And of course, Alex is going through an enormous amount of personal strife off the court with the Ukraine situation.
Yeah.
And so, I think they got to the end of the year and they thought, okay, number one, Trey Lyles is probably our backup center moving forward, which is what we're seeing, because Sasha Vezenkov is penciled in as a backup power forward. Where does Trey fit in? You don't spend $8 million on a player who's not going to play.
I guess we didn't even acknowledge that. Sasha did get confirmed while we were gone, too.
Sasha Loki, the street is saying he might be here.
Yeah, he's on his way, or he might be. I know he's going to be in Vegas. So I think he was rolling in for his physical, but that could be in Vegas still.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're going to bring Trey Lyles in as your backup center, and to me, to be honest, after watching him in the playoffs and watching him down the stretch, he sure does look like a small ball five. He understands the game. He's super smart. He can pass. He can shoot the ball. He can rebound. He's not huge, but again, a lot of small ball fives now, and especially as backups. You still need that big, gigantic guy. And I think a lot of people are hopeful that Neemias Queta might be that guy. But
don't start.
You have to have a backup plan to the backup plan there. And so I still don't, I don't know what they're going to do with Neemias, but I think it's possible that Nemi is back and that Alex Len is the fourth center and breaking in case of emergency center like he was last year. And if you need him, you can give Nemi a shot early in the season and keep giving him shots here and there when you need a big center. But if it's not going to work out, or you're looking at the playoffs and saying, hey, we got to make sure we have this thing covered, you got Alex Len. And so I think it's an insurance policy, but I'm not sure.
And that's perfectly fair what you said about giving Queta the opportunity at the start of the season to see if he can show something. It's summer league or whatever the case may be, but just the eye test, I'm not seeing it. I know I was on the edge last year, that last game of the California Classic. In the first half, he was looking suspect. I said, if I don't see nothing in the second half, I might be out on Queta. Then he had a great second half and followed it up with a pretty good time in Vegas, right? So it's like, okay, like he was almost on the edge and, he made it through. Then his time during the season was a little spotty. And then what I saw on Monday, we're 3 years into this, man, and I'm still not seeing it. But like you talked about, Alex Len can do that. He cannot play for half the season and come get productive minutes if need be. So I don't have any problem with it, really, with them giving Keita the shot at that third center spot to start the season. Maybe give him 25 games to see if there's something really there, a true shot. And if it doesn't work, you got Alex Len right there.
You said Alex Len can sit half the season and come in and be productive. So
Absolutely.
Got you.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex Len played 161 minutes last year. That's it. 161.
And a lot of that was very, very late in the
Yeah,
season.
he didn't
Yeah.
really play till I think there was 8 games left in the regular season. And that first game was the Utah game at home. Didn't look
And
good
it was
at all.
bad. Yeah.
And then I don't think he played a bad minute after that.
Yeah,
for the rest of the season.
something happened between
Yeah.
Utah and whatever that next game was.
Mhm.
And he was, like you said, he was locked in the rest of the way.
So I was watching Keita in game 1 of the Cal Classic, and the first half was horrible. Like, I mean, he had 5 fouls. Like, he was a little out of position. He was blocking shots, which I think, again, some of his blocks were incredible. He got at least one goaltending call. He had 1 or 2 other shots where he completely altered at the rim. That's still what you can get from him. But he really hadn't done anything offensively. They weren't feeding him the ball at all. He kept rolling, and no one was feeding him the ball on the roll. And then we get to the second half, and he starts ripping down rebound after rebound. He all of a sudden becomes part of the offense. He finishes with a double-double. He finishes with 3 blocks and 2 assists. I'm like, okay, like, we need to see what he can do all the way through Summer League before. I think that's what they're trying to probably get him to sign a 2-way contract again, because he can do it now. They can do a 3rd year with him.
Mhm.
And his people are probably saying, you still have a roster spot. Let's put him on the roster. And if you guys don't want him halfway through the season, just waive him and we'll find somewhere other place to go. But the problem they have is he cannot do any more than he did last season in the G League. Like, he's either a 4A prospect, that guy that, gets to AAA, blows up in AAA. The second you bring him up to the big leagues, he can't hit. Or he's a guy that you're going to have to start depending on. Again, like all league, all G League, all defensive team, second in MVP balloting. He did everything that you could ask of him. And so if the Kings don't want him, I'm sure that there are other teams out there that will look at him as a back end of the bench guy and see if they can work something with him. And then, maybe like bring him along. But I think that this is a good spot for him, and there's still potential for him to fit. We'll just have to see what the Kings want to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the 3rd Summer League, man. Like, we're still having the same questions.
It's the conversation. I wonder if people watching the Kings were having the conversation we were having about book night. Like,
I was a big book night believer too, and it's
book
just
nights here.
It's the 3rd Summer
Here
League
again, huh?
man.
That's what I'm saying.
Jeez.
I wonder if people watch it. Is that Keita again? Oh man, it's that kid's 3rd Summer League.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being the number 11 pick in the draft and being
Absolutely.
the second rounder.
That's
Absolutely.
fine.
And then I was watching Kai Jones play, and
Well,
what in the world, man? What kind of development
Charlotte-
process?
that's Charlotte, dude.
Yeah.
What
Like,
a
I
hot
was
mess.
I was so excited to see Brandon Miller. Like, that
Oof.
team doesn't move.
Not at all.
Like, they just stand there.
And Kai Jones did not set one legal screen.
Nah,
Every screen he set, he was all flared out. And it was like no one taught him a basic understanding of how to set a screen. And then you watch Keita, he clears out 4 dudes. Like,
Yeah.
oh, there he goes.
He's a big boy, man.
He's
He
a
is a
huge
big
man.
dude.
Yeah.
Hey, like, I
It's like, just get a couple of things together, man.
it's what look, man, it's a little big league. Yeah, the guy gets a rebound. See, I told you if he could just get on the board.
Get a couple of things
man.
together. Just
I don't
get a
know if it's
couple
gonna
of
happen
things
for K.
together.
I tweeted it out.
Why was he so good in the G League then? Like, it can't
He
be.
might be a 4A player. He might be a 4A player.
He might be, but like, to me, there's something there. I just don't know that you can go away from. I think you've got to give him a shot, and that's just me personally. Maybe they don't. Maybe they want to use a roster spot somewhere else. But
let me ask you guys a question. He clears waivers. He's sitting there for you. Would you take Bol or try and work with Keita? I'd take Bol.
I don't know. I'd probably take Keita.
Really?
Yeah, because I think Keita fits into a system, and Keita understands what it is that you need him to do.
But doesn't Bol fit this perfectly?
I don't know. Like,
That man. I was told last week that man's Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
That was a run on Twitter before the Twitter shutdown that certainly aged poorly by the end of the weekend. Y'all told me that man was Victor Wembanyama.
Well, and I'll say this too: all those people out there that want Mo Bamba, just so you know, Mo Bamba lost his spot with the Orlando Magic because of Bol, and they just waived Bol.
I'd rather have Bol.
That's all crazy.
I'd rather have Bol.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, you know, the way I look at it is this way. Like, let's go back to the 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004 Sacramento Kings, right? They were so good. And every single player that you had on the court had this incredible basketball IQ, right? Every single guy you put on the court. And then the Kings aren't great defensively. So everyone's like, hey, you've got to block shots. You need to do something different. And so what do? They went out and they either signed or traded for Keon Clark for the 2002-2003 season. He plays 80 games. He did 22.3 minutes, right? He did get a bobblehead. He averaged 1.9 blocks per game. He just didn't fit. He never fit. And the whole time, he doesn't understand the system. You have all of these people doing high level things, and he's out there swinging at every ball, trying to block a shot. And so there are certain times where you have to accept the fact that maybe a shot blocker isn't in your future, or you can bring in a guy like Keita, who, number one, can rebound. Number two, sets those gnarly screens. Number three, he's got a passing acumen. You can actually run some of the basic stuff that you do with Sabonis using him. And then on top of that, he will block a shot and a half a game if you give him enough minutes. He might block 2 shots per game. And he's going to keep a lot of other people away from the basket. So I'm not ready to give up on it.
The only thing,
I'm not either, but I like Bol.
Yeah. The thing that worries me about Keita is he fouls entirely too much. Like he's a little awkward. He doesn't always seem to have control over his movements. And he fouled, like in that first, I know it was just a half, but he had 5 fouls and 3 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. And
well,
again,
in a way, that's impressive.
Right.
Man had 5 fouls in the first half.
I'll tell you this too. He finished
and picked up the 6th, like a minute into the third quarter.
He had 7 fouls, but he also finished with a team high plus 15. He was the most impactful player that you didn't really pay attention to what he was doing. Like there were a lot of things he did on the court that actually translates to winning. So I don't know. You're right. He fouls too much, but I'm not going to knock a guy who, like, at the NBA level, the one game you call him up and like, hey, we need you to go guard Joel Embiid. Like,
well, they tried that once and it went very, very poorly.
Yeah, but like at least there could have been a buildup. Like at least he could have gone against like Bismack Biyombo the game before, and then get your feet wet. No, let's
go get Joe.
Let's go
like
up there against MVP. Let's see what happens.
We spent a lot of time on Keita, the 3rd string center, but
yeah,
I will say this: the thing that I like to see is it's your 3rd year in the G League, or excuse me, in the Summer League. I need you to dominate the Summer League, like dominate, like the way you did in the G League. Like the fact that he played better in the second half and kind of like squeaked to a double-double, you know what I mean? That's not good enough for me in your 3rd year in Summer League. And as big as you are and the hope that we have for you, like you should be 20 and 15. Like they ain't got nothing for you. That's what I need to see to even think like, yeah, this guy could probably give you some minutes in the NBA. Because you see, and I'm not saying he's this type of player, but you see what a productive, super productive NBA player did in Keegan Murray. Just an easy 29. An easy 20. I know they're 2 different type of players, but just easy 20, effortless 29. Because I'm a super productive NBA player. I think Alex Len would dominate in Summer League.
Oh, yeah. But I would respond with this, though. I was disappointed in what I saw from Kessler Edwards because I expected, I mean, we're talking about a 3rd-year guy, and he ends up with 4 steals and he has 10 points. He goes 0 for 7 from 3. Like the things you need from him, I need you to shoot the 3 and I need you to hit it. And I need you to play that defense. So all of his points came off of steals and fast break dunks. And that's the steals and fast break dunks he got. Those aren't coming at the NBA level. Those were bad G League, bad Summer League turnovers. A bunch of them were just guys trying to make passes, cross-court passes that will never work. And so there was some concern there with me too, where I was like, okay, if you're going to be here, and he looks fit, he's been working out with Keegan Murray, he's been working out with De'Aaron Fox all summer. He looks good. It's got to translate. And part of the problem is you brought Keegan Murray to Summer League, and that dude's going to dominate the action. And guys like Cater are standing there like, man, I thought you were going to run the ball through me, and you're not. Guys like Keon Ellis are like, I'm not even part of the plan here on the court. Like, what's happening? And then guys like Jordan Ford's like, oh, I got this. I'm just going to go for it. Like, I don't care. I'm here to try to win a spot. That's try to win a training camp invite. And kudos to him for figuring out how to be part of it. But some of these other guys, man, I need more. So I get you.
Jordan Ford looks like, and I keep saying this just for reference for everybody to understand, he could easily be in that daily role as a third point guard. I like Jordan Ford. I always have liked him. And in that scenario on Monday, he played just like I thought he would. Effective, scoring, ran the offense. I like Jordan Ford a lot. I think he might have a place on this team.
What I would like to see happen is, if the Kings can't get a legitimate third point guard right now, they might have PJ Dozier like in the back of their mind think that, okay, we can keep PJ.
They got a couple more days for that, right?
Yeah.
10?
And it's the 10th, and they owe him $2.4 million, which is a veteran minimum for him. But if they kept him, he can play the 1, the 2, and the 3. And I actually think if you had an injury, he wouldn't be the third string point guard. He would be a guard, and you would have Malik Monk slide over, and he would give you the big guard that you could put with Malik, who does have some passing skills and some other things that you can. So there's a possibility that it might be him, but I'm not sure. And if not, what I would do if I were the Kings, you got one two-way spot open. If that's not going to Neemias Queta, if he's not going to take that, I would give it to Jordan Ford. And because he's a guy that if you need it, you need a backup point guard for a game or two, you could just pull him up. And then like, look, if it's not working and you got to go clear a roster spot and go get a legitimate backup point guard, that's fine. But at least you would have somebody that isn't on the main roster, but can come up and play up to 50 games with the main roster. And it would give you a backup for a position. It's almost like the third string quarterback in the NFL. You need it when you need it, but the other times you don't need it, you don't need it. You know? And so I don't know.
NFC Championship. Wow.
Yeah, the NFC Championship.
That was a 6th string quarterback.
The
Jordan Ford, the next Brock Purdy.
You said some it's some interesting things there. Keon's a two-way. Swanson's a two-way. Slauson, sorry. Slauson's a two-way. And you want to add Jordan Ford to that. So Kobe Jones, 100% main roster guy.
He already is. They signed him.
They signed
him to the new second year.
So doesn't that speak to they evaluated him as a first-round talent? Like they took him at the top of the second round. They had no problem throwing a 4-year deal his way to be a main roster player for this team.
Well, that
says a lot.
That's what we also heard about Trace Jackson Davis. The reason why he fell was because his agent made it very clear, whoever's taking him, if he fell to the second round, whoever's taking him, do not take him if you're thinking about a two-way contract. We only want a main, like a full-fledged roster spot. We won't sign. Like, it's not going to happen. And so that's why he tumbled all the way to where he did. And again, like when you draft Slauson at 54 and Trace Jackson Davis is sitting there, I would have had to think long and hard about like, how could we fit him in? But if you don't have a roster space, you don't have a roster spot, and it is what it is. And right now I got the Kings at, if PJ's back, they're at 14. If he's not, they're at 13. So that's a big deal to have 2 roster spots at the end. And, someone brought up in the chat, there are players out there still, like Darius Baisley is still available.
One of your favorites.
Boy.
Yeah.
I like Darius Baisley.
Well, I think, why not take a flyer on somebody who has potential to be something? Now, positionally, your power forward position is so heavy at this point because you've got Keegan, you got Harrison that can play there, but you also have Sasha and you have Trey Lyles that can play there as well. So you don't, and even Kessler Edwards can slide over and play the 4 in the modern NBA. So it's tough, but I'd rather look at some other positions, but I don't even know where you'd look. We're looking at the back end of a bench player at this point. The Kings have 11, 12 solid NBA players on their roster.
Did Did TJD? Did he get a Did he get like a guaranteed spot with the Warriors, or
I
he
think-
just?
I think so. And there's also his agent is Mike Dunleavy's brother.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more goes on behind the scenes here than most of us want to be made aware of, especially on draft night. So this is fun. I mean, it's the 5th day of July. We're a long way from the start of training camp. It's fun to talk about Kada or Kai Jones or Book Knight or these guys. That's all fine. Monday was the Keegan Murray show. That's what Monday was. Much to the chagrin of my partner, this was about a showcase of Keegan Murray in front of that Golden One Center crowd. And not only did he not disappoint, he opens the game up with a dunk. And you can see for the briefest of seconds, he thought about talking. He dunked and he looked and he, for just a split second, was going to do something. And was like, no, I'm not going to do it. Turns around and runs back up the floor. Just as you would expect.
A little stare.
And you can almost see it. Turn away. You just turn away. That's not you. That's not you. Turn away. But from his performance to all of the comments afterwards, James, Monday was about Keegan Murray.
Yeah. So first of all, Luke Laux, incredible dunk. I give him a C- on the stare down. That's what he said about Keegan Murray.
Very fair.
So I'm going to start there. First of all, I thought Luke Laux was incredible. Like as a basketball coach, he did things. You go and you let chips fall where they may. You're California Classic. You're dealing with a bunch of guys some guys who will never see an NBA game ever in their career. But when we got to post game, I thought everything that he brought to the table was so spectacular. It reminded me a lot of Mike Brown, but he had great storytelling. His girls came up with him and hung out. I thought just like he did such a great job of building some excitement, but also of doing the biggest thing that he explained why Keegan Murray's there. And he did it without saying, this is why we are doing this. Keegan Murray is there to be empowered and to understand that the next step for you is for you to be a superstar. And he talked about, the practice that the scout was at, and Keegan goes off for 17 or 19 straight points, right? And he just blows up. I have been hearing this from the Kings for so long. They believe him to be a superstar. They think he is a star level player. I had someone within the walls tell me at one point they wouldn't trade him for Lauri Markkanen at all, that they think he will be a better player than Lauri Markkanen. And I just look at him like, what are we talking about? And then you see what they're doing with him this summer. He spent the entire summer with De'Aaron Fox. And De'Aaron Fox, for me, is a perfect mentor for him because we've talked about this. De'Aaron is an introvert. Keegan's an introvert. They're totally different types of introverts, but De'Aaron can show him a path to come out of some of this, to get more comfortable. And keep hearing Keegan say, I've got to put myself in uncomfortable situations. Everything is an uncomfortable situation for Keegan Murray. That's who he is. It's very hard for him to sit in a room full of people and talk. Like these are things that he's really had to work on. And man, he's got so much game and they think that he's going to be a star. And you start to see it and you're like, okay, like the Miami Heat one year, they sent Bam Adebayo to the California Classic and to the Summer League to say, hey, all we want you to do is be a point guard. You're going to run the point the whole time. Okay. And look what it did. It made him into a passing big. It really helped him develop those skills. That's what the Kings are trying to do right now. They're trying to make him handle the ball, go coast to coast, take control of an offense, deliver. And I think, game one is pretty solid. I wouldn't run him out there for another 6 or 7 Summer League games, but maybe there is some value in him going to Vegas and playing 2 or 3 games early on.
And I think they've shut that down already, right? Like he's only playing tonight. Like he's not playing in Vegas.
I don't know. I haven't heard that.
No, I think for some reason, I think his dad said that he's only playing the 2 games, that he's not. I even thought Luke Laux said that at one of the practices.
It's possible. I was in,
that's right.
I was
James
in a different country.
James was,
Yeah.
James was
They had me
sombrero ham.
Sombrero. Yeah. They had me like Magic Johnson after that first dunk. Remember when Brandon Ingram was playing in Summer League and Magic was sitting courtside and Brandon Ingram did something and Magic got up at half court, was like, no, that's it. That's it. Nope, he's done. Sit him down.
Yeah.
He's done.
Yeah.
I'd be like
Yeah.
Magic. I need to see no more.
That would have been a perfect way to sit Keegan too. He starts the game with a dunk. I think they called timeout after
They
that.
did.
Oh, just end it right there. Keegan could just wave.
That's it.
Keegan could walk straight off the floor into the shower, come back, sit next to Davion Mitchell in his basketball, and be good to go.
Yeah.
Right. Hey man, look, I already, one man Wolfpack with this, with him. I didn't want him to play. Still don't even want him to play today, but he's going to play. And, just hope he stays healthy. He looked great out there. He looked great. He looked great.
Mhm.
He looked like a guy that's been working on his game, that's ready for the season to start. Not like if it started today, but if it did start today, he'd be prepared. He's been working with Fox. He's working on his game. And another thing that I saw, that I feel like I saw, is they're saying, Keegan, like, be ultra aggressive with shooting the basketball. Like, don't wait for it to come to you. Don't wait for the pass to come to you. You get the ball, shoot it. There was a couple of times where he shot the ball, they got an offensive rebound, kicked it back out to Keegan. He went to create the shoot again. Like, they're saying you're out here to shoot the basketball and to be the main focus of the offense. Because like you said, James, it feels like they're grooming him for that. Maybe not like you'll be the number one guy, but to be a big three type of guy where you're going to need to be aggressive with not only shooting on a catch and shoot situation, but creating some things, even if it's a pump fake, 1, 2, 3 dribbles to the paint, make a move, Euro, whatever. Like, you're going to have to be aggressive. It can't just be catch and shoot moving forward, because we think there's more to your game. And we're looking for you to unveil that this upcoming season.
Yeah, for me, there were too many times last year where you saw him literally get the ball, run as far as he could, and then look for Domas or look for De'Aaron and stop everything and hand the ball to them. Like, that's got to go. Like, in year 2, that's what the Kings are trying to empower him. They're trying to say, like, look, we can talk about how good you can be, but unless you go out there and do it, unless you show us that you have it in you to attack and to take on this challenge, it's just talk, right? You can still be a great 3-point shooter and a great, stand in the corner guy and a great asset. But if you want to take that next step, we need you to understand that it's got to be from within. You have got to do it yourself. And the other thing too, I think what Keegan Murray allowed the Kings to do this specific offseason was re-sign Harrison Barnes, because you see what Keegan can do. And then you're starting to look at Keegan and say, okay, look, if Harrison Barnes does start to decline over the 3-year deal, maybe he won't. Maybe we get the same exact 15, 5, and a solid defensive player and, smart guy and plays every game. Maybe we get that for 3 years. But if he does start to decline, it will be while we're seeing the ascension of Keegan Murray. And so he will be able to mask any decline from Harrison Barnes and then some. And that's a big deal for the Kings.
I gotta be honest, Harrison doesn't strike me as a guy whose game is going to decline. Because, like, a lot of times you see guys like lose their explosiveness, right? They lose their ability to move a certain way. Harrison is a very, and I mean this in a positive way, he's like a very fundamental ball player, right? Like, he can do everything well. It's not that he does one thing just extraordinary. He's a good basketball player. That type of player, I feel like is built, like, I mean, again, we're talking decline. He's 31, 32, 33, 34. Right. I don't think that's going to happen to him. I think if anything causes his numbers to go down, it's a decline in role because of what you were just talking about there, James, the ascension of Keegan Murray and perhaps, Sasha maybe being a little bit better than even the Sacramento Kings expected. And clearly they believe he's going to be very good for them. So I think Harrison is going to hold up just fine over these 3 years. Yeah. I think that's one of the big pluses to signing him.
I also think he's smart enough to adjust his game a little bit.
He's probably in an ice bath right now.
Right.
He
didn't even do
is.
anything, just in the ice bath.
just because.
But he's
those
gonna,
endorphins going.
He's gonna realize, like, hey, maybe I'm not as explosive as I was. Let me work on a little bit of a post game here. Throughout his career, he's gonna let me work on a little bit of a post game. Let me work a little bit more on my shot, because maybe I have lost a step or something like that. He's going to be very aware of who he is as a player, and I feel like make adjustments to prolong his career and still be just as productive as he was 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing too, like 4 years ago, Harrison Barnes had 31 dunks on the season. The next year he had 35. The season before this last season, he had 25 dunks. He had 52 this last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so he does still have the pop.
Mm-hmm.
And you're actually seeing him being able to get better opportunities because of the spacing, because of the players around him are better. And so, like, I think that, again, the team can mask some of it. And someone brings something up in the chat that that you can't mask the fact that the decline on defense. But I went back and looked at his stats, and he was way better defensively this year than he was a year before. He was actually a plus defender. He was better at almost every his field goal percentage against he beat the field goal percentage against at every category, whether it's 3-point line, at the rim, within 6 feet, within 12 feet, whatever it is. So he did get back to sort of who he was as a defender, and the Kings were still god awful defensively. So, I mean, they're the 24th rated defense, and it wasn't on Harrison this time. Don't blame him. And I always said that I thought that a lot of the reason why Harrison's numbers were so bad the year before was because he was playing alongside either Buddy Hield or Tyrese Haliburton at the shooting guard position. And both of those guys just are bad defenders. They aren't good defenders. They've got potential as defenders. Ty can play the passing lanes, but as a man on defender, a lot of it fell on Harrison Barnes shrinking in to try to cover for them. Yeah. His man's left wide open, and all of a sudden his field goal percentage against is god awful because of it. So,
yeah, no, I guess I'll take the L on this one because the numbers say something that I didn't feel like I saw, but can't go against the numbers. I thought he did take a step back defensively, but like you said, those you spoke when you talked about it. I took notice of it, and the numbers say otherwise. But
defense is so hard sometimes to evaluate too, because and I think we've talked about this before. Is you could look at what an individual did, but you don't know what their teammate was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. You bring that up when he was playing with Shavano and other guys who maybe not in the right spot.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
And well. It will. Shout out, buddy. You're going to get your mentions, buddy. I promise you, my man. You're going to get your mentions over here. But it's tough to say, oh, Harrison really blew that. Well, he might have, but there might have been someone supposed to be there to pick that up, and he was supposed to go somewhere else.
Harrison having looks like he did on that half court heave. I don't know, man.
I'll also tell you, though, it shows you one thing that I think
it's my favorite Tyrese Haliburton highlight of all time.
Kevin Huerter wasn't that bad defensively. He wasn't outstanding and off the charts, but Kevin Huerter was a major defensive improvement over what they had the previous 2 seasons.
So where were the negative numbers on defense?
I was about to say the same thing. So where were they?
It's team defense. It's just they cut back on the inline drives.
Are you saying they're not on a string?
Yeah, they're not playing together. They're not playing, they're not all going one, pulling the same way together, and they'll get better. That's the thing that I think the natural improvement of this team. We talked about it last week, and I think you guys asked me the question: if they just sign Domantas Sabonis back on the extension, they get Harrison Barnes back, and I think you had and they get Sasha, right? Is that enough? And I said no, I don't think so. But I'll tell you that adding Trey Lyles to that mix, it does actually make a big difference. Adding Chris Duarte to the mix, it does make a big difference. And I'll tell you why I believe that. The Kings have a couple of mistake players in the past. Last season, they have 3 guys that make mistakes. One of them you're willing to live with all the time, and that's Malik Monk. And you're like, okay, for the excitement he brings, I'm okay if he makes a mistake here and there. Defensive assignment, offensive assignment, whatever, turnover, I'm okay with it. But then the other 2 guys were very clear. It's Terrence Davis and it's Chimezie Metu. And every time you look over, Mike Brown is literally calling a timeout and pulling Terrence Davis over to talk to him, and showing where he made a mistake defensively. When you replace those 2 pieces with Sasha Vezenkov and with Chris Duarte, your basketball IQ went up. Your athleticism went down, but you got guys who use skill and game understanding to cover the weaknesses that they have, as opposed to athleticism to cover the weaknesses of not being in the right position. And so I do think that the Kings are going to be better. This is a crazy deep team. You're talking like 11, 12 guys that are veteran NBA players, or Sasha, who know how to play the game and are not going to make a bunch of mistakes. And so I think it'll be a really, like, you'll see improvement because they'll be together for another year, play under the same defensive scheme for another year. They'll play under the same offensive scheme for another year. Their rebounding numbers should be a little bit better with guys like Sasha there. So I think overall, you're just going to see the level of play be higher because you have 11 or 12 guys that are high IQ basketball players that don't make a bunch of mistakes.
How much do you think, do we have time for this?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. How much do you think the pace and the way they played offensively went into the defensive numbers? Because I would watch, and then we talk about numbers. The fourth quarter defensive numbers would match up with the fact that, all right, they're actually solid, like in these crunch time situations. But over the course of a game, if we're running up and down and just, trying to get, this super pace movement offense going and getting our shots up, we're not going to get into defensive stance for the first three quarters, which, is a bit of a problem. But if I'm the coach and I'm asking you, push, run this offense, move, it's still crazy to say, hey, be in that stance with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter, all the way, like, the pace, I think, plays a little bit into it as well. So I think there could be an improvement, but you may still see some numbers that resemble what we saw last year.
Yeah. So I think in year one, when you're running this type of style and everything's flowing, everything's great, I think the whole time, like, for someone who has covered this team for so long, but I also think within the walls, everyone's thinking, okay, is this going to last? Are we going to be this good all season long? And is there going to come a point where we lose, like, 7 out of 10 and really start to fall apart a little bit? And we're good, but are we that good? And I think, like, believing the whole time is one thing. And so you're kind of waiting for something to fall apart, the shoe to drop. It never did. And so I think if you can take that mentality into year two, that number one, the offense will get better, and it may not get better as in they score way more points. It'll just get more efficient. And it's like the highest rated offense in the history of the game. It can get better, especially when you add better shooters like they just did. You add more complementary pieces at work. But I think that the offense gets better. The defense also gets better. A lot of times this team's missing long threes. We see the stage of the season where Malik Monk lost his legs. We saw the stage of the season where Kevin Huerter lost his legs. When those guys lose their legs, you now have other people to step in. And you also have other people that will support those positions that will keep those players fresher, that you can rely more on Sasha Vezenkov than you can Chimezie Metu, because you know that no matter what, he's going to be able to shoot the ball. He's going to be able to space the floor. If Kevin Huerter has a down 2 week shooting, someone else can pick it up, where you get to the playoffs and, Keegan Murray can't hit anything the first 3 games. Kevin Huerter struggled a bunch, like 5 of the games he struggled. Harrison Barnes fell apart in the last 3 or 4 games as far as shooting numbers wise. All of those things, what they did? They hurt Domantas Sabonis. They hurt the spacing on the court. Now you have players that if someone goes cold, you've got other options. And I also say, I think Malik Monk will come in better shape because he realized what they need from him, especially in the playoffs. He realized where the second gear was. And I think Kevin Huerter is another guy who spent 4 years waiting for Trae Young to pass him the ball. And then all of a sudden he's got to do all these off action things where he's running off the screens and DHOs and all this stuff. He'll come back in better shape. He'll come back ready with a better understanding of what he needs to be in order to be successful for this team and in order to keep his spot on the floor.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably a one-man Wolfpack. I don't think they lost in the playoffs because of defense. Everybody's Steph hit 50 in game 7. I mean, Steph hit 50 on the Suns and the Clippers throughout the season. Those are 2 top 10, top 12 defenses. Like, that's Steph Curry.
And no one else
scored.
Do that. No one else scored in game 7.
I want to see him get better, but I don't think that's why they lost in the playoffs.
No.
They lost because they couldn't hit open shots.
Yeah.
They do have a couple bucks left.
Yeah, I have them around $5 million, but and that's after the signing. But again, technically they haven't signed Alex Len. Alex Len he's a minimum scale guy. So once you get done with everything else, you sign Alex Len as a minimum because you're allowed to sign minimum scale contracts.
I wonder if Portland's like, technically we haven't signed Jeremy Grant yet.
I think they actually addressed
He's already
that
on the
too.
block, isn't he?
Yeah, they did. They did because they knew everybody was asking. Y'all can get out of this, right? You don't have to do this.
They didn't have to do it before they did it.
Well, they certainly didn't, but here we are. They did. That boy, that man about to score, man. That dude about to get some buckets this
That's
year.
what he want to do.
And
He about to get some buckets on a 10-win team.
I just want to say that too. Like, is you look at the contracts that Jeremy Grant got, that Kyle Kuzma got.
Yep.
Did they got so much more than what Harrison Barnes got? They're just not that much better as players.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I don't know that Harrison is as good, but he certainly isn't.
He's probably
half
not, but he's not
or a third.
like $50 million worse than Kyle Kuzma is.
Right.
Yeah, or I mean the Grant thing, 160.
Well, that's not even. That's
oh my god,
That's
wild.
Yeah.
We got to let James go. He's off to the Golden One Center, day two of the California Classic. Appreciate you rearranging your schedule a little bit and coming back and spending some time with us. We're far from done from talking about the Sacramento Kings, though, in NBA basketball. We'll continue to do that when D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, resumes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Now, y'all have got to hit that thumbs up. We've got 675 on YouTube right now, 695 overall. Hit the thumbs up, hit the follow, subscribe, do all of that stuff, regardless of the platform you're on. We've got it's so wild to me. We got 689 on YouTube, 0 on Facebook, and 20 on Twitch. Twitch is Twitch. That's a hard platform to grow.
I was with my cousin Randall over the week. He said he watches on Twitch.
That's what's yeah. Like I feel like gamers really like Twitch.
Yeah.
That's
a young man's game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
YouTube for the pedestrians.
Yeah. Hey, Kenny, look at these numbers. So overall, last year, Harrison Barnes was he allowed plus 2.2% on all shots, right?
Mm-hmm.
But look at the 3-point number. Like,
let's get to 300.
He gave up 39.2, and the standard is 35.2, right? So this is 2 years ago when we talked about him being a really bad defender. Yeah. Greater than 15 feet, he allowed 3.7% higher. 3-point shooting, 4% higher.
Too busy helping Buddy out.
Too busy like chasing everyone else's players and getting tired by doing that. Look at where he was this last year. Greater than 15 feet, negative 1.1. So he improved 4.8% percentage wise off of his previous year.
I was dead wrong, man. I felt like he didn't have he wasn't as impactful defensively, but numbers show differently.
Even
you're dead wrong.
His 3-point percentage, he was a plus 4% the year before. He was a minus 0.01 this last year. So an improvement.
That's a good
of 4%.
thing. That's something I'm glad to be wrong about because that would be a good look.
Like me too. That's my app of choice. I run on Strictly Cat. Hey, wherever you are, man, we'll take it. We'll take it. Shout out Manny. Manny and Will Z.
Big up Manny's. We got Manny.
It wasn't 7 extra million, bro. It was like 50. What are you talking about? He got like 102 million, didn't he?
He got 7 million per year plus a whole
other year. Fam, what are you talking about? Like, I get your gimmick is you hate Harrison, but you're starting to look dumb. Like, come on, man. You look silly.
He chose to go back to a team that will struggle to win 30 games.
Oh, yeah, he don't care.
That tells you he wants the fame and the fortune.
Hey.
He does not want the W's.
Well,
live,
got
baby.
Got him to the Hamptons.
Hey, good for him. Good for him.
That was wild. Kyle Kuzma at the white party.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't think so. No.
I'm gonna watch it home.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be out there.
Where I can actually watch instead of just
talking
Brendan's ear off the whole time. Yeah.
He's going to Vegas.
Brendan's going to Vegas?
Brendan and
Nice.
Sean both are going to Vegas.
Oh, good for him.
I can't imagine going to Vegas. It's so
Thank you.
here, and then you get to like Vegas is like they put you in a microwave. It's just miserable. So I have
A cool 115. Easy work.
Hey, tell, just poke your head into Aaron's office. Say, I'll come see you next week. Just say hi or something. Just, have you ever met him? Yeah, right there in that office. Just introduce yourself if you never met him. Or his door is closed and just ignore everything I said. Yeah. Oh man. Always weird to start the show with someone in here. Normally we recap stuff we already talked about with James at 3:00. Now we gotta be fresher. Thumbs up, subscribe. Where we at? We approaching 50. Yeah, we approaching 53. I like it. Let's try to get there by the end of the day if you're not a subscriber yet. Man, that was funny. That was comedy. So awkward. So awkward. Shout out to our buddy James Ham again for rearranging the schedule a little bit, coming in and spending some time with us before heading out to the Golden One Center, day 2 of the California Classic. Today was a fun. I was driving to the arena on Monday, like just kind of the way the day went. I just the motion of the day started a little bit quicker, and I got out of the house earlier than I intended. And I'm driving, and I'm like, why am I getting here so early? Like, it's cool. It's basketball. Like, it's all good. You haven't gotten to see Hunter and Brendan and Chris and all those guys in a while. So, or even James, get in and talking to everybody, and like just at one point kind of settle in and, whew, this is some rough basketball. Like, this is not pretty. It was it Heat Lakers?
Heat Lakers, yeah.
And then it's like, all right, did some things as that game wound down because I wanted to be ready to watch Brandon Miller.
No.
And I'm still waiting. It just, man, first of all, it's summer league basketball is tough. The fact that Keegan was there was awesome.
Yeah.
Because you had watched the Spurs, they won by like 50. And everyone you may have wanted to see with Charlotte was just bad. And
Brandon Miller snuck and got 18 points, though.
And I think he got him all.
Brandon
Miller, he had the Neemias Queta
half.
game. He had the Queta game. And again, that team just doesn't move. Like, they don't move. But watching, some pretty rough basketball for a couple of games, and then seeing Keegan Murray was like, whew. That's good stuff right there. There's going to have to be a designated player every year that the California Classic is in Sacramento. And, next year Malik Monk going to be playing in the California.
About to say, because next year going to be kind of iffy.
Yeah.
They ain't going to have no rookies.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be Queta again.
Shoot. You probably – that's cold. It's going to be Davion. Davion going to be out there. Davion had a ball just in case.
Right.
He was looking at Luke Laus like, all you've got to do is throw me a jersey and I'll be ready. And you didn't even have to look. Hey, where's Davion? Right there, courtside with the basketball in his hand.
Summer League, and this coming from a guy that watches like any type of basketball. I watch the Summer League, but unless there's like a specific player that you're trying to see that's out there on the court, or if it's the team that you're rooting for, it gets kind of rough real quick, like Summer League. Because there's a lot of guys that just they're not going to, half of them ain't going to make the G League.
They ain't going to make it.
Let alone,
here.
Which is like kind of strange too, because I watched the TBT, right? The basketball tournament. Those guys are going anywhere, but like maybe there's something on the line, you know what I mean? It's a smaller environment, or well, I don't know, but those are like exciting to watch.
Well, that's the other thing too. Like, I don't know, like, and we've talked about this before, and this is part of your trepidation with Keegan. And I know, like, those guys are out there playing hard. I don't know how many of those guys, like, I don't know if this is like their opportunity to make the league. You know what I mean? I think, my opinion, far more of their opportunity to make the league for those fringe guys goes into the training camp that they're a part of more than it does these summer league games for these reasons. Like, how are you evaluating? And I don't even know who it was. And even if I did, I wouldn't be overly critical of him. But how are you evaluating the dude that's guarding Keegan? You know, on Monday night or even tonight? Like, how you kid can't play defense. Well, like, wait a minute. Like, switch him over here to guard Jordan Ford and see how it goes. Like, don't ask him to guard Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray was the number 4 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
He was a starter on a playoff team last year. Like, don't judge him against that.
It could only be positive, I would think. Right?
I would hope so.
Because, like, if he plays well against Keegan, it's like, oh, this guy's defending a real NBA player.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe somebody that we can use if it goes bad. But you think about it the way you just mentioned it. But they had like I said, man, he going to play. I'm not going to put anything bad into the atmosphere. I'm just trying to enjoy him, watch him play. But there was like 2 or 3 plays on Monday where it's like, that's why I don't want him out here. It wasn't to him specifically, but I think it was the third quarter when the guy from the Warriors tried to dive for a loose ball and almost like something Ric Flair used to do. I was like, yo.
Yeah, it's a true story. There's Kenny. See? That's why. Right there. That's why. Right there. See? Get him out.
Just something you would never see in a real game or even in like Rico Hines open runs. You would never see somebody doing that. But they out here trying to put something on tape. I don't fault the guy to a certain degree, although that was really reckless. But he's trying to do something for his career.
That's where you need Devin Booker out there. Oh, we're diving on the floor at the Classic?
Right.
That's what we're doing? We diving on the floor at the Classic? Okay. I swear, I've looked up at the TV 5 times. I don't think I've seen anything on the screen except Dame Lillard.
Come on, man. It's getting real NFL Live-ish.
My goodness. Like, and I get it. I mean, I get it. It's July 5th. Like, I understand.
I mean, how much can you say?
But they really ain't talking about nothing else.
How much can you say?
Except Dame Lillard. My goodness.
I thought the vibes at the California Classic were immaculate. They were, it was such a good time. And it's always a good time at the California Classic in Sacramento. I don't know what it's looking like in the Bay Area and go.
Well, no one does, because only our guys who left talking about 40 wins.
Yeah.
Well, what's not talked about, they were the only 2 there. That's why that video is so famous. They were the only 2 at the Chase Center.
So I don't know what it was like out there, but the vibes are always good here in Sacramento. But there was a tell me if you kind of got the same feeling. There was like a weight lifted off of Kings fans where they could just go to the California Classic and enjoy the Kings playing Keegan Murray out there. Not, oh man, we got to see what Davion's looking like, because this guy, he might be the one to take us there. Marvin Bagley, Harry Giles. This is, we got, they better look nice, because they go. Let's just look, man, we're already good. We're already good.
Yeah.
Let's just see what Kobe Jones looking like. Oh, Kobe look cool. All right, man, that's great, man. He could be a rotational guy. Jordan Ford, so happy for Jordan Ford out here, man. It was great. Maybe it was just me, but I thought the whole ambiance was a weight lifted off Kings fans' shoulders, and we could just enjoy summer league basketball. Was it just me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think you're doing too much.
Well, no,
but it was fun. But you're right though. Like, you're right though. You said the vibes were immaculate. It was, but the summer league is fun, and maybe you're right. Like, I thought it would. And maybe that's why the atmosphere was so fun, was because it was just summer league basketball, right? It wasn't the big evaluation process that you just laid out a minute ago. Like, it was summer league basketball. This fan base will be far more excited when the preseason gets here and when the regular season gets here, training camp gets here, all of that stuff, than they will be like they have been in years past for the California Classic. But that's That's basketball fans here.
Oh, for sure.
Right. And we saw all the Warrior fans there
sure.
coming through, having fun. Didn't see a lot of Laker fans. Thought Jaime Jaquez was really good. I enjoyed him.
It was. I
I
saw
enjoyed
him later.
watching him.
I didn't get to that first game. But
He shouldn't have.
Well,
I didn't mean to.
I know I wasn't going
I just
to.
did. I was like, oh, Jaime. I'm here.
3:00.
All right.
Yeah, I'll watch Ryan another 2 hours.
Yeah. I think I got there at like 3:30. Just like, what are you doing, bro? But
good times.
got to watch Jaime Jaquez. Yeah. It was
good times for sure.
It was good. Yeah.
Did anybody we talked about Jordan Ford a little bit. Did anybody else stand out to you? For the Kings.
For the Kings. No, Jordan did. I thought Kobe Jones was good.
I did too. I like his game.
I was paying attention to Nemias. That was tough. That was frustrating.
See if he can bounce back tonight.
You know, to go Luke Walton on you, watching the tape later, watching the second half, like he was clearly better. But I don't want to do like too much here with this first game.
Mm-hmm.
Nemias is going to continue to play. He's going to play in the summer league and all of that. But I'm like you. I want to see him not only play better. I want to see that dude play significantly better. I want to see something from him.
Yeah.
We went long there with James, so we've got to make up for it right now. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more basketball to talk about. We'll go ESPN on you. We'll talk Dame Lillard as he finally requested a trade while we were waiting. Lots of other things happening in the NBA and a couple of things that haven't happened yet. So we'll talk about that. Steele and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. If you're on the stream, don't go anywhere because we ain't going to. Boy, we got to talk about Money in the Bank. I don't know where we're working that into the show, but we got to talk about. So here's what I didn't tell the chat. By the way, I do love Jesse had such a great weekend. He was just like, fuck y'all. Like Jesse hasn't responded to a single text, just had nothing to say to either of us for 4 straight days.
So my office hours are 9 to 5.
So I was playing pool. Looked at the phone and Kenny texts. I was like, Kenny texts. Let me see what's going on here. I wasn't watching. So Kenny texts J Pen Roman, and I was like, okay, I forgot. Like, okay,
yeah.
Don't overreact. Finish this game of pool. Do what you're doing, and then just casual turn on Money in the Bank here. Turn on Roman, and man, what a fantastic main event. First, this needs to be this needs to be stated. I think it's only a 2-person. I think it's only a 2-team conversation. I think the Usos are the greatest tag team in history.
Yeah.
The only other team in the conversation is New Day, and there's plenty of reasons that you could say that the New Day are the greatest.
I miss the New Day.
That's
the New Day train, man. I wouldn't really.
You weren't in on it?
Nah, I kind of
really.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, that's a.
I wasn't a big.
That was a tough era to miss.
Yeah,
Bootios, Mr. Bootios.
I thought they were a little cartoonish.
They were, but I think that was the point.
I didn't like it.
Oh, I thought they were great.
I didn't like. I thought,
but you also have 2 world champions in that group,
right? And I thought Big East talked about it. They made the best out of what they were given. I thought they did a good job with that.
Well, that was
Big E was like, "Don't make us into no little silly like being a choir." And that's the first thing they did. Yeah, and they made the best out of it. They did a good job with it, but it wasn't for me.
Yeah, they said don't make us all of the different black stereotypes, and they said they covered every we don't want to be the nation of domination. We don't want to be militants. We don't want to be, and they tried to cover. We don't want to be crime time. Okay, and he said, "You guys are going to be preachers." And Xavier says, "Damn it, the one thing we didn't cover."
But yeah,
I thought they were very. The Usos are. My God,
they are great. I didn't see this coming from them either. Like they were kind of just middling until they were good, but until they got with this bloodline thing, they took off, man. And I've been thinking about it. I text you this, man. I think Roman might be top 3. And then somebody like you was like, yeah, what about Hogan?
Yeah, because you had Hogan out, and you
I had
Stone,
Cena,
and,
Stone Cold, and Roman.
Yeah,
and I had Hogan out, and somebody else was like, yeah, Hogan worked great because we were kids.
but see, that's the thing though. He had 2 eras. Like Hogan literally had 2 eras where he was the biggest babyface in wrestling and the biggest heel in wrestling.
Did he carry? I loved Hollywood. I loved. Don't get it twisted. But did he carry it the way Roman has carried the bloodline?
Yeah. Yes. Everything in that.
It's debate.
Everything centered on Hulk Hogan. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not mad at you saying yes.
But Roman is.
Roman also had 2 careers, though.
Sure. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. But not like Hogan did, though.
Roman, well, damn. And then we're not even factoring Roman's Shield career.
Yeah, the Shield was legit. Yeah,
Roman had 3 careers.
The Shield, yeah. I won't give him 3 because the Shield and the first Roman is 1. That's 1. That's not 2.
You're not gonna split it up for him?
Can't split that one up because those 2 were so linked and they made so many mistakes along the way. But Ms. Fox says, y'all are for real on this wrestling. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We absolutely are. That's real business. We were talking about Money in the Bank during the commercial break.
Money in the Bank had people buzzing on Saturday.
That finish was the first time Roman. That finish got an audible gasp in the house because it was like Roman hasn't lost in 30-something years.
Yeah.
And to see him get pinned, it was kind of that moment where you're like laying back, like, oh, this might be this might be the finish, but probably not.
Yeah.
He hits the splash, and you get the 1, 2, 3, and it's like that sit up moment, and you're like Jason
exactly
Jones at WrestleMania 30, where you're looking around and your eyes are really big, like, yo,
that's exactly what I did.
That just had the music's playing, like, yo, it's over. Yo, they pinned Roman. And I'm just staring at the TV like, is something going to happen? Like, nah, that was good stuff.
I always bring it up because you and even Jesse are much better wrestling bookers than I am. And you guys understand how to make these things work way more than I do. But this may be the one that I ever get right. Is Jay should be.
It's not the one.
Well,
it's not the one. You got another one right.
But see, I think they had him for Roman. Damian Priest.
They still might. When Damian Priest won, because you only text about Jay. I was telling during the commercial break that Kenny spoiled Money in the Bank for me. Which isn't true because I had completely forgot it was on.
Yeah.
But so I went straight to the main event, watched that, went back, happened to start like I was just like fast forwarding it. I wanted to see who won Money in the Bank, and I happened to stop and see Cena come out. I was like, oh, that's pretty dope, like a great little reaction. And then I kind of watched the last like 5-10 minutes of the Money in the Bank match, and when Priest grabbed that briefcase, I was like, man, Kenny having a day.
Man,
you called Damian Priest
booking,
yeah, and I'll say this: ever since Puerto Rico, I like Damian Priest. Boy.
He's cool.
Like he can go.
He's cool.
He can go, and for him to carry Bad Bunny to that, and not that like Bad Bunny's very good,
yeah.
But the reason those celebrities are paired with the Seth Rollins type guys is because you need someone who can make you look great. And I thought Damian Priest made him look like $1 million, and he's been so great with Dominic and the Judgment Day and all of that stuff. He's a star.
He's good.
He
is
a legit star.
And I will say the only reason I ended up watching it when I did is because it was probably the hottest day of the year so far.
Yes, yeah.
And once we got
so far.
Once
tune
we got
in next week.
Once we got done watching maybe the greatest basketball game of all time on Saturday, I came home and I was like, I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing for a little while.
Kenny and I did get to witness the greatest basketball game.
And I was like, oh yeah, Money
in
the Bank is on.
As part of the Kings and Queens rise, a 3-pointer sent the game to overtime. A 3-pointer making the score 10-10 sent the game to overtime. And then a defensive battle in the first
Bro,
overtime.
this game was lit.
Kept the score at 10-10.
Yeah.
And it was someone who realized, maybe we should incorporate a sudden death rule here. And after about another 3 minutes of incredible defensive action, the score remained 10-10. We got my brother going to the foul line.
Yeah, that was pressure.
Had a chance to win. Missed two. Had a breakaway dunk or a breakaway layup. I'm not 100% certain a foul was committed on this play. But what
about the coast to coast from I think DPA, I think Del Paso Heights won. They beat Oak Park, I think. Or maybe it could have been Oak Park. I couldn't remember who was who. But that's what it was. It was like 9-year-olds, Del Paso Heights
won
versus Oak Park.
Yep.
In Oak Park, the guy went coast to coast, had a shot.
Yep.
Somebody got the rebound, was right there for the winner.
Yep.
Back rimmed it.
Yep.
It was crazy.
It was crazy.
It
was the greatest game in history. It
ended 11-10.
It ended on a free throw, 11-10. My man hit that free throw, walked away, put his hands up, started talking to the crowd like, "Come on, man, let me hear it."
And what I love about that is he did that after he missed the first one.
He did.
So he missed the first one.
He missed the first one.
But then he made the second. I'm nice.
Yeah. I think I'll have to go back and look at the film. I think he banked the second one in. He banked that second one in and hit the crowd with the come on, man. And as Katrina says, Katrina's absolutely right. It was more exciting than any game we saw on Monday.
Oh, this was the best game I saw all weekend.
That was
for
the game for sure. But yeah, Money in the Bank was fun. A tremendous ending. Can't wait to see where they go next. It sounds like it's Jay and Roman for SummerSlam, which gives me a little trepidation, but I like it. You show some vulnerability on Roman. You get the shocked face from Paul Heyman, and you got a sneaky little look from Solo.
That's the story.
You got a sneaky little look like, oh, there's something there. So
the story.
They're doing well.
And the crazy thing is, like, I don't give the WWE that much credit. I don't think they putting that in there. I think maybe now I think about it, Paul Heyman is putting that in there for like the little thing that Solo did. Like that feels like something. I don't think that's something they improvised. That feels like something. I don't think like whoever the writer is for say, hey, Solo, you should do this.
I don't. That would definitely be Paul Heyman.
I think Paul
Heyman would be the one who's like,
you should do it. Like I feel like Paul Heyman's got his hands on
when they did that stacked pin and it kicked out and Roman kind of bugged out for a minute and Solo looked at him like, yo, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're not that
like,
dude.
Like, get yourself together.
That was perfect.
Oh, it was very good.
That had
very, very good.
That had the Twitter before people's break.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
They had that had Twitter bugging. Like people were bringing up. I didn't even see the "I love you" on the pin.
Awesome.
Like people were going crazy over that. That was a moment. That was a little bit of a moment.
Yeah, that was big time. Jay hits the splash, goes for the pin, and the second camera caught it on the replay, as you could see Roman tell him he loves him when that three comes down, and then you see Jimmy's reaction in the corner.
Yeah,
oh, so good.
So said good. That Jay kind of pulled his arm closer when he said "I love you." I was like, oh, "Jeez, come on, man, come on." It's getting crazy.
Come on, man. It's good stuff. Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. Throw this out there. We love if you were at the California Classic, going to the California Classic tonight. We'd love to hear from you, hear your thoughts on Keegan Murray. And this is our first opportunity to talk to you since the Domas extension, since the Sasha confirmation, which we really didn't spend a lot of time talking about with James, Alex Len, all of those different things. Kings fans, how you feeling? We'll start with Kamara. 916-909-1320. What's up, Brody?
What's going on? First of all, Kenny, I sent you a DM on Twitter. You see that joint?
When, today?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hadn't checked in a couple hours. Let me see.
Okay,
I see.
I don't have your phone number, Ken. I can't really.
How do you have my address and not my phone number?
That's a really good question. That's a really good.
I never get the text. I never wake up to the text at 6 a.m. saying, "Hey, man, I just don't believe in these guys, man."
Hey, be careful what you wish for, because if you think that text is showing up at 6 a.m., buddy, you're off by a couple hours.
I'm gonna shoot it to you, Kamara. I'm gonna shoot it to you.
definitely 5 a.m. Your time, man. But nah, man. Listen, I'm actually just a couple things. I'm happy about Keegan being in the summer league. I heard your statements like I saw you on Twitter this weekend, Kenny. Like, man, this is why I don't want him on the league playing. But I was thinking, man, like a lot of these guys, man, they run. This is what scrimmages are. They run in these gyms. They play against. They're not always playing against like NBA guys, right? You see some of these scrimmages are playing against former college athletes, fringe NBA guys. Very rarely do you see people actually playing 5-on-5 against all NBA players. And so I'm actually okay with Keegan getting some run in scrimmage because these are, NBA or fringe NBA guys, but on a NBA court with NBA, regulations, and, you're not just looking at empty gyms and whatnot. So, him getting that work in a controlled environment and doing work in a controlled environment is actually encouraging for me.
Real quick, Kamar, Jesse, I just want to address that. I understand exactly what you're saying. My concern with Summer League is in Summer League, you got these guys trying to do everything they can to make a name for themselves and put some tape out there for somebody to see. So they're diving, they're doing extra effort stuff and all this other stuff when they might not be as skilled enough to do it. If you go to somebody like the Rico Hines open gym with those guys, there's a level of these guys are protecting everybody else from injury, right? So you're not going to see them unnecessarily dive on the floor. Like, they're going to play hard. They're going to be playing against NBA type competition, but they're not going to go unnecessarily on the floor or try to chase down block when they know they're probably just going to hit their wrist. There's a level of protection that goes on in those type of open runs that sometimes you don't get in these summer leagues. And that was my concern.
Fair enough. But you see what I'm saying about like guys who have playing in a controlled environment and this is a controlled NBA game. And yeah, they're probably fouling a lot more. You see Brandon Miller averaging like 7 fouls per game, it looks like. But, I'm okay with it because he needs to try some stuff that he's may not be able to try during a regular season, which I do hope he actually tries. Because one little anecdote, and I have other things I want to talk about. I don't have the time, but Kobe used to say one of the things he got mad about Dwight Howard was he used to see him practice on like on a certain shot, and he says, "Why don't you use that shot in the game?" And Dwight says, "Oh, because I'm afraid." And Kobe's like, "I'm never afraid to try something in the game." And so that was a difference between why Kobe really didn't like. One of the reasons why Kobe didn't like Dwight Howard because he couldn't understand how you could practice something and not make an attempt to do that. I mean, Kobe shot a free throw with his left hand. So
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I want to see Keegan. Yeah, I want to see Keegan try some stuff this season. That he may get the green light to say, hey, try a crossover, do something, get some wiggle in the regular season game because I think that helps him in the long run. Anyway, I'll take it off the line, man, because I know.
Jesse about to give you the hook. Yeah. Jesse about to throw you over the top rope like it's the Royal Rumble. Appreciate you, Kamara, as always. I'll send y'all a little introductory text so you can get them 3 a.m. You better put that joint on silent.
Notifications will be off.
You better put sleep mode on.
To that point, I've seen numerous videos. Hell, we saw a little bit of it when he was in Taiwan. Dwight Howard hitting 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. And like he's worked on it or he can do it. Maybe it's just like maybe it's mental where, he is afraid to fail in a game and he can't do it. But yeah, I always remember seeing a video of him just from 3, just draining shots, draining effortlessly. Like, yo, this guy doesn't even shoot past the free throw line in a game, let alone the 3-point line. Why wouldn't he do it? And I guess that's the same feeling Kobe had. Like, you work on it. Why don't you ever try it? Don't be scared.
I think when this little mini training camp got underway a week or so ago, I think it was Luke Lautz who really framed this as like, this is we want Keegan to kind of take Kobe Jones, take these rookies, under his wing, really kind of be a leader for these young guys. And that's a great way of framing it. And I'm sure there is I'm sure there's 1,000% truth to that. But I also wonder if there's another little, hey, while he's doing that, he's going to learn how to be a leader. And while he's doing that, it serves twofold because he's going to be more vocal. And if we want him to be if the Sacramento Kings, and I think both of us are in agreement, you used this phrase earlier, this is exactly what they're doing. The Sacramento Kings have their own version of a big three. Keegan is going to be the third, and his voice is going to be amplified a little bit. And Will Z put out some stats about his shot creation in the first California Classic game, where such a low percentage of his shots were unassisted last year, or such a low percentage of his shots were unassisted, whereas he had 6 unassisted field goals on, and just percentage wise, that is a massive percentage difference. Of course, it's one game versus 82, but the percentage in the field goals he made is very, very, very different. There's obviously a plan here with Keegan, thus his involvement here at the California Classic. As much as I want to believe it was just to give us something really entertaining to watch on Monday and Wednesday,
it worked.
It absolutely worked. It absolutely worked. But this fan base loves that dude.
Oh man, come on, man!
Absolutely loves that dude.
Keegan Murray was just as loud as if it was
Game
March
7,
24th or something like that. Like they were in love with that guy. What did you think of? We talked about a little bit when James was here, but Luke Louts and what he said after the game. I know exactly what he meant. I'm not saying. I understand he's not saying, "Oh, he's about to be Kawhi." He's referencing what the scouts said.
Yeah,
as far as like the improvement that he's seen from Keegan. But just hearing that, I was like, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Don't even put that in my head right now, because now I'm just my mind is wandering now. It's like, yo, what is Keegan about to be?
Yeah, the quote, anytime you make a reference like that, it's going to get people's attention, right? And again, that's one of those things that can quickly get aggregated. And Luke Louts, Keegan Murray, ... I haven't seen anything like that since Kawhi Leonard.
I'm glad he didn't say that on 95.
Man, 95.7 social media coordinator would have a run with that line from Luke Louts. But what Luke had said was the scout told him, like, I haven't seen a player from year 1 to year 2 take a jump where you be like, yo, this dude could be a major player in the league like this since Kawhi. And even I'm not trying to stall Luke Louts, he's relaying something that was said to him. But anytime you hear a comp like that with a player so young and a player so established, it's gonna get people's attention.
Yeah.
And if that's the direction that he's headed, I mean, if he's even in that atmosphere, because let's not forget, and I know, recency bias is everything. Kawhi was the dude. And while they'll never admit it today, let's not ignore the fact, like every podcast, every hot take show, Stephen A. Smith, all of those dudes, the day after Kawhi Leonard won an NBA championship with the Toronto Raptors, the question was, is Kawhi Leonard better than LeBron James? And every one of them to a T said yes, because it was the new hotness. Is Kawhi Leonard now the best player? Did this series cement Kawhi Leonard as the best player in the NBA? And every one of them said yes. Now, while that might be a stretch, Kawhi was in the upper room. He was in that upper echelon of players. So if he's even sniffing that atmosphere, like if he can even see that atmosphere, this Kings team,
scary.
This Kings team is very good for a very long time.
Scary hours. Kawhi Leonard, in his rookie season, 7.9 points per game. 37% from 3, which is pretty good. 49% from the field. 11.9 in his second year. 12.8 in his third year. His fourth year, he goes 16.5. And then his fifth year is when he became Kawhi Leonard. 21.2, then 25 points per game. Then 26, 27, 24, right?
What was the year 2 number again?
11.9.
Okay.
the games are different, situations are different, or whatever the case may be. But Keegan started off his career at 12.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even saying like 12 to 20, but if Keegan can go 12, if he goes 12 to 17,
Mm-hmm.
the Kings are a championship contender. I don't care about Harrison Barnes. I don't care about all the backup big. I don't care about nothing. If Keegan goes from 12 to 17, they're a championship contender.
Yeah, I think that's what.
If he does that in the next 2, he ain't got, say that happens in year 3,
Mm-hmm.
they're a championship contender.
So much has been made about the running it back and the maintaining and improving, and well, people will look at this and feel like, well, okay, they certainly maintained with what they did regarding Harrison Barnes and Alex Len, but did they signed Domantas to the extension? That's great, but did they necessarily improve?
Mm-hmm.
Improvement, I do think there's improvement coming from Sasha. I do think Kobe Jones is a good ball player. I don't know how he's going to fit into all of this yet, but I really do like what I saw from him on Monday and what we saw in tape after he was drafted. But the biggest step of improvement, clearly from the mind of the Sacramento Kings, is from Keegan Murray. That's where they're expecting the improvement to come. And I don't think De'Aaron and Domantas are left off the hook or are let off the hook either. I think Monty McNair and Mike Brown both expect them to be better in their positions next year.
Yeah, I agree. And the crazy thing about that is they did all of that they did last year in really their first year together as a unit.
Yeah.
And I look at them and I say they can only improve off of that. They can only get better. I don't see them going from 48 wins to 39
right
or 40. That's why I keep saying, and maybe I'll be wrong, I don't think so, but 48 is the floor.
And that's why some of the reactions to the Harrison and all of this stuff were sort of comical. Some of them were very funny, and I just will maintain that some people just wanted something different, and you have convinced yourself that different was better. Kyle Kuzma at $104 million is not better than Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
You can't convince me of that.
And especially, and these are the things that we're not privy to, it's conversation. Like I said I would pay him 104, over 3 or whatever. I said that. But if I had a conversation with him before we had, while we're negotiating, he's like, man, I ain't really into all that fitting in. Like, I'm trying to get these buckets. All right, well, you're not the guy for us.
Yeah, you ain't for us.
That's not what we're asking you to do here. And
because we need Lakers Kyle Kuzma. We don't need Wizards Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah. So I'm out after that. And those are the things that sometimes we're not privy to. We just see the numbers and see what somebody signed for. And we're like, oh, why didn't they do that? Or they could have done that. Well, we're not always privy to the conversation that was had. And like I said, I if that's the conversation that was had, I'm walking away from the table too if I'm Monty McNair.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yo, what's up with my two brothers?
Good, man. What's up, TC?
Man, just chilling, man. Y'all had a safe fourth. It was all good.
Yeah, man.
We here.
No issues.
Hey, Kenny, you know what? I'm with you though. First and foremost, I'm gonna say we deep as a team, and second of all, I'm with you. If Keegan can jump up to 17, man, that's super scary. Monty did the right thing by not trading Keegan in one of those packages. At first, I was like, man, is it Keegan that's holding up the deal for OG? So I was kind of in the middle. But now, over really thinking about it, this dude's really finna make a leap, bro. And Monty has not missed on a draft pick yet.
Man, got dumped in mid-sentence. Goodness gracious. Poor TC.
I thought that was a good place to go out. I ain't gonna lie. I thought that was a good place to end it.
Before he fired Kyle Shanahan, he was, hey, TC, you had a good day? Let's get you to the locker room, man. Get showered and cleaned up. Let's get Sam in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Sam?
Hey, guys. Hey, well, my opinion, for Keegan to take another step, he starts to need averaging a double-double every night. And I'd like to see tonight for him to go out and go after 10 to 12 rebounds and forget about the shooting tonight. let's see what he's got rebounding, because his rebounding has been underwhelming, and he needs to take it to the next level this year.
Yeah, Sam, I hear you. I don't know if I need him to get a double-double, but I want to see him improve as a rebounder, and be
Yeah,
a little
Domas
better.
did lead the league in double-doubles
Yeah,
last year.
there's
I
only
think.
so many.
like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but I want to see him be a better rebounder, but me personally, I don't think he needs to be a double-double guy. Just, one or two more rebounds.
Again, but if he is.
Oh, my goodness. When Luke Loud said that, and then, like I said, I understand what he was. Luke Loud even said right after that, I'm not saying he's Kawhi. I'm not saying that. And I understand what he's saying, though.
NBA Central, do not take this quote and post it on the internet.
95.7. Do not.
Thank God Twitter is essentially broken, or else they would have gotten Luke Laux.
But man,
Keegan Murray ... is ... Kawhi Leonard.
Says Luke Laux.
Yes, indeed. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
all right.
Keegan, I'm now I'm hyped up, man. Now because Keegan get that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, double. That's a lot. It's certainly. I know I'm stepping out on a limb here, but if Keegan Murray's averaging a double, I'm guessing the Sacramento Kings rebounding issues are gone.
Yes.
Because I don't think he's going to get a double at the expense of Domantas Sabonis.
23 rebounds between him and Sabonis every night. Yeah, we good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Good.
We're just fine. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. We haven't gotten into the Dame Lillard stuff yet, or some of the other things that did and didn't happen while we were away. Phone lines remain open for you. We're actually just hanging out the rest of the day since James was with us the first hour of the show. We know a lot of you are headed to the Golden One Center, man. It's just us the rest of the way. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm sorry. I turned and just caught the greatest flop of all time, the Harden and Pat Bev. Oh, man. That one makes me laugh like the first time, every time.
I'm going to go grab my juice real quick.
Yeah, we're going to have a new time for the 13th round. So we got to make an adjustments here.
Oh, I'm just going to get my juice.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I'll still get up in 30 minutes.
I didn't want you to have to wander around after. That Pat Bev, boy. That one is hilarious. Who did Pat Bev sign with again? He signed with somebody. Philadelphia. That's not going to help him.
Tyler, that's my bad. I was thinking about her yesterday and didn't figure out I could see if she's available tomorrow. But I know she said she would do a different day this week. I didn't reach out. Yeah, like bro, don't email us anymore. Please. Just hit him back like, bro, I'm about to get promoted. I really don't need your shit anymore. Yeah. Now, literally, we just FaceTimed her on the show, bro. Stop emailing me.
Tristan, we do have to talk to Tristan. He was upset when the Dame came down.
Yeah, let me text her now while we're thinking about it.
They literally, it's 1:46. They literally just stopped talking about Dame.
Oh, that's so funny.
That was the first
Did that
segment.
say a birthday cake Kit Kat? Is that what that said? Is there a rewind button on this? Is that a thing? That can't be a thing, is it? That's this got strong Kenny Caraway vibes if I saw that right.
It's doing a little too much.
Oh, maybe.
I
Maybe I'm
I
wrong.
love the white chocolate Kit Kats. Those things are delicious. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, well,
That's probably pretty good. I ain't gonna lie to you. Sure, absolutely. The white chocolate Kit Kats are very, very good. Actually, I don't want to say it's the only, because I kind of like, if somebody has it for Halloween or whatever, yeah, okay, cool. I'll have the regular Kit Kat, but I don't ever go buy them. I'll go buy.
I
The white
like Kit
chocolate.
Kats a lot.
The white chocolate joints are amazing.
Hey, you want to do something tomorrow? The people calling for you. In about 5 seconds, she responded, absolutely.
On the way in, I was listening to the songs. We're doing wedding planning and stuff like that. Oh boy, I'm gonna be a mess. A couple of these songs, boy, oh boy.
Don't play to me and Eric Benet, though.
No, that will not be played at the Caraway Campbell nuptials.
It's a fancy wedding, too. I had to look up, see if I could even afford to go.
Stop.
I was like,
why would you even say that's not true?
I was like, man.
Does Casey shed a Willie Green thug tear? I'm at the wedding.
That's Willie Green. Boy,
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you right now, one of these songs play, I'm gonna be.
I
don't
fly
even
out
know.
at one
I don't-
It's gonna be like the kids basketball tournament in Reno all over again, huh?
Think of the athlete that's cried the most, and then put that on me.
Don't mind me. Just I'm texting Trista. Trista wants to do the show. But she flies out at 1:30 our time, which means even at noon she's going to be at the airport. Or like 12:30 she's going to be at the airport. I don't know how close she is. I assume she's going to Dulles and not Reagan. But we'll figure it out because we got to talk to Trista. Trista had a weekend. Her beloved Dame Lillard finally asked for a trade, or told everyone that he asked for a trade. You knew this thing was foul when we were talking to Chris Haynes that day, and the Trailblazers and Dame were meeting, and the statement after the meeting was, "Yeah, we're committed to building a winner with Dame Lillard," and that was it. It was like, oh.
Did they say? I can't remember. It was just on Portland side.
Just on Portland. Dame didn't say anything. Yeah. Just on. Dame didn't say Portland. Let's go. Dame, PDX. Nothing. He's just nothing. It was just, we're committed. Uh-oh.
I mean, the news broke on Saturday. It was like, it's about time. Like, I don't know why it took this long to do this song and dance. This is the way it was going to go.
It was so funny too, because like it got to a point where it's like, okay, Dame's gonna give like Portland like another few weeks or whatever to work on it. And we got those tweets like maybe 3 times over about Dame giving Portland more time.
Yeah, it's time to move on. Now, the tricky thing about it is, and Trista brought this up, other people brought it up, because I say, okay, Miami, Tyler Hero, and all this other stuff, that doesn't necessarily fit basketball wise with Portland. You know, because you've got Scoot, you've got Anthony, but I think you'd probably move on from him. You've got, and then you've got Shaedon Sharpe and Jeremy Grant.
Yeah.
Like putting Tyler Hero in there, while I think he's better than Anthony Simons.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that really, because I think Shaedon Sharpe.
Well, I don't think they want either. I don't think they want Anthony Simons or Tyler Hero. And if they were able to move on from Anthony Simons, I don't think they want Tyler Hero's money. I think that's the thing too, is like, even if you're able to move Anthony Simons, feel like, okay, maybe we've got a little bit more room here, which really you don't, because I think their plan has been to at least attempt to move Anthony this whole offseason. I don't think because Tyler Hero, I think, is just starting this contract.
Yeah, but they don't have a choice.
In what?
In taking any money back.
What do you mean?
Dame's contract. Like you're trading him.
Well, no, I understand that, but like I'm talking about, like he's got like 4 years on his
Well, they're
deal.
kind of
Not,
full. Like if they're
not
looking
2.
at Tyler Hero like that, they're kind of fools. Tyler Hero can play. He can play. Like
No.
he goes to the Blazers for 2 years at least, maybe more. He's the best player on the team. Now you might not be that good, but today he's better than Scoot. He's better than Shaden. I think he's better than Jeremy Grant.
But is that the type of player that you want around? And I don't mean like type of player like there's something wrong with them. I mean, like, do you want a shooter? You want a player in that position being the one to lead Shaden and Scoot and those young guys that you have there?
I mean,
you can't trade him for nothing.
Like the leader is going to be Jeremy Grant because he's the oldest one. He's the leader. Like anybody that you get back, I would think if you're Portland,
richest one too,
right? I would think if you're Portland, you would want young talent in return. Tyler Hero fits that. I just don't know if he fits basketball wise. Shaden is probably a 2 guard.
You know what I do? I do it if I'm Portland. Like, okay, y'all want to make this? I'll take Tyler. I'll take Tyler. You're taking Yusuf Nurkic, but I'm taking Tyler Hero. That's fine. That's fine. Doesn't fit. We'll make it work. But you're taking Yusuf Nurkic back.
I think that he would be like, fine.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. But I'm also like, I'm moving off of. He's got to have like 30. He's got to have $30 million left.
Is it 2 years left? Might be like 2 years left.
4 years. What was it? 470.
72 or something like that.
Yeah.
Some
he's got some money left.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Portland kind of sleeping on Tyler Hero. But the killer is Shaden is probably a 2 guard. Maybe go 3 guard lineup, see what that looks like. You could always move Tyler Hero in a year or 2.
You could.
Nurkic has 3 years left at 18 mil, around 3 more years.
That extra year,
that's why you're telling Miami you got to take Yusuf Nurkic. Just the deal. You're getting Dame Lillard, but you're taking Yusuf Nurkic.
You know what though? The crazy thing about it is, I think Nurkic might fit with Miami.
Cool. You're welcome.
Play.
Cool. You're welcome.
It might hurt him a little bit on the defensive end because
he's gonna hurt him on that second apron too.
Yeah.
Well, Yusuf Nurkic contract gonna hit that second apron hard.
But if I'm Miami, it's second apron time.
Yeah, no, no doubt. That's what I'm saying.
I'm getting Dame. Like, all right,
find it. You have to do something. Like if you're Portland, because there's multiple ways this could go. And I saw the story, which I found so laughable, that stars were watching how Portland is handling Dame Lillard. And I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I believe that's false. I don't think Kawhi Leonard or Paul George or LeBron James give a damn what Portland is doing with Dame Lillard. I don't think there's a star in the league watching this, because no star sits down on June 30th and goes, man, I was going to sign with Portland, but I saw what they did to Dame. I ain't doing that. That's dumb. No one's signing in Portland. Portland faces the same uphill battles that Sacramento faces.
Mm-hmm.
But what if Oklahoma City makes the best offer?
Well,
OKC's not trash. And I don't know, and believe me, I don't know any way that this could work. I'm just picking a team. Here, I'll do a better one. Not Oklahoma. What if Boston does? What if Boston makes the best offer where Portland's like, this is the offer we have to take. We have to do this. Then what?
And this is where the conversation always comes up with, like, when will these teams stop looking out for agents and players, because they'll never look out for them, right? The simple answer to that is, if Dame doesn't want to go, he'll let Boston, everybody know, you can trade for me all you want. I'm not showing up.
You think Dame just?
I don't know if he will do that, but maybe. Like,
because remember Rich Paul's thing with Anthony Davis was you could trade for him. He's not signing here. So you're trading for the rest of this year and next year, or whatever the time frame was. He is at, no matter how great it goes, he's not re-signing here. And that basically turned everybody away. I don't think Kawhi had a list of teams. Toronto rolled the dice. Paul George, we all thought was going to the Clippers. Sam Presti rolled the dice, and it worked for like half a season, and then it didn't. But what do? You got 4. It's like 3 years, 4 years for Dame.
Yeah.
It's not you don't as his agent, as Aaron Goodwin, I don't think you have a lot of leverage past what we want to do right by Dame. That's all you got.
Well, you got the player, and maybe you're calling.
So unless you're willing to like not play,
and maybe you're calling. If I was Dame, and they weren't trying to work with me, or if I'm Aaron Goodwin, I'll be like, look, how bad do you want to get to Miami? How bad do you want this to go your way? Because if you're fully on, look, I just won't report, then be prepared to sit out. Because there could be teams like a Boston that may call your bluff, Dame Lillard, and say, yeah, you said you weren't report, but we'll trade for you anyway. You'll get here eventually. You know what I mean? Like at some point, you want to play basketball, you'll get here eventually. And they bank on that. But maybe Dame is 10 toes down in that now, where he said, look, man, I'm not trying to go to Boston, or I'm not trying to go to OKC. I'm willing to sit out an entire year. I think OKC has a whole year to waste. I don't think Boston can take that as lightly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if he told Boston, like, you can trade for me I'm not showing up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they could play that game. They may blink first. OKC could be like, well, all right, I guess.
But there's no, and the thing is though, if Dame's willing to do that, there's that's not advantageous for anybody. It doesn't do Oklahoma City any good, or Boston any good, if that's the game that you're playing. Like if Dame's really willing to flex like that, and that's what I'm calling into question,
Mm-hmm.
would Dame flex that muscle? I'm not going. Would there already be like created dissension?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm normally not like, I'm always like on the side of the player.
Mm-hmm.
But if you really wanted to leave, you could have. You had the full ability to leave,
Mm-hmm.
but you took the money. And that, hey, take it. Jeremy, take it. They offer it, sign it, take it. Kyle Kuzma, you want to go score a bucket? Take the money.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for that. But then don't get mad when everything else doesn't go your way. Because now it's like, look, you don't want to be here? I got you. 100%. I'm talking to Miami, but you have publicly stated Miami and Brooklyn. And now apparently you've backed off of Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. So you've put me in a position where I can't really get anything. If you and your agent can facilitate a deal that works for us, do you? Mm-hmm. Let's do it. But right now you've put us in a position where they're offering like bad contracts. They're offering their best player I can't even use. Mm. And I don't know what to do with this. Mm-hmm. That's where some of this stuff, like with Anthony Davis, the last year and a half or whatever it was, like I kind of get that. That's a money play. Mm-hmm. Like that's part of the thing Chris Paul was talking about on the pivot. Like everyone talks about the Lakers because it was, the Kobe and Chris Paul. Chris Paul lost money because of that. Because of like they didn't have the bird rights in that year they could have signed him. That extra year they could have signed him. But when you like sign the extension and then say I want out, man, that's tough. That's tough for me.
Yeah, I mean that's just
because that puts you that could you've got to be real savvy to make that work for your organization if you're the general manager.
Yeah, and what I would say if I was Aaron Goodwin and Dame Lillard, y'all didn't have to offer it. You offered it.
Well, if I'm Portland, I want Dame there. If I'm Portland, I still want Dame there.
Yeah, but
I don't want Dame to leave.
But here's the other thing. This is like when I get upset with players who are like, so blindsided that they trade me. They just told me that they were going to keep me. Like, you guys not watch sports for your entire life. Like this happens all the time. Mm-hmm. If I'm those guys talking about the Portland Trail, well, we signed you to the extension because we wanted you here. Have you not been following the NBA?
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
If you were concerned or worried that this may happen, don't offer him the extension. If you offer him the extension and he signs, you got to know that this is a possibility.
Do you feel like Portland has not attempted to put their best foot forward with this?
No, I think they have. I just don't think they have any plays.
See, and that's where I don't want to say I feel bad for Portland, but like you see some stars signed somewhere, and then you just look at the team like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're wasting this.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like Portland did that. They clearly hit a ceiling. They hit a decline. They traded CJ. And so they were clearly moving in they were moving in a different direction. It just felt like they moved from CJ, but didn't do anything to compensate for that.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I would say about Portland. They shouldn't have signed him. Like, they signed him. Yeah, they shouldn't have signed. If that was their concern, because this
tough to me.
It was never going to work. It was done. Like, it was done. It was over. This thing was over.
Do you
and they
think there was
signed Dame to like a 4-year extension for what? Like, it was over. You know, I think I said this when it happened. Like, he's gonna leave. He's going to leave. Their run is done, and he's gonna want out. And you're gonna have to trade for him and try and build that way or whatever. That's cool, but we saw this playing out a mile away.
Yeah, I think it's become. You hear Adam Silver in this State of the NBA address. You address these. There's not a lot we can do about these star players. Requesting trades. Of course, he said we prefer they don't do it publicly.
Mm-hmm.
But Dame Lillard,
don't they get people in trouble for that now? Like, something happened a couple years ago where somebody got fined, and they didn't.
Anthony Davis, I think, got fined.
Wasn't it with the Kings too, though, where somebody had to?
George Hill?
Maybe.
I think it was.
I thought it was even more recent than that. Who had to come back and say, because I thought J.A. had gotten in trouble. Not got in trouble, but was it Buddy?
I don't know.
Somebody said something like,
did Buddy want to be traded?
Was it Dwayne Dedman?
It might have been Dedman.
I got Dwayne Dedman.
A Dwayne Dedman reference
who said he wanted to be traded.
Yeah, he got fined for that.
Yeah, and then he came back and they tried to clean it up, but it was already done. I guess that's who it was Dwayne Dedman.
So I think,
and it was in a Jason Anderson article. I think that's
he got fined $50,000 for that.
So I think Dwayne, actually said it, whereas Chris Haynes can say Dame Lillard has told the Portland Trailblazers he wants to be traded. There's no quote from Dame or the agent. I feel like Anthony Davis. Can you look? Did Anthony Davis get fined too? Because I feel like when the story broke with Anthony Davis, and maybe he didn't say I want to be traded, but he spoke about his upcoming situation.
Yeah, he got fined $50,000 too for his agent requesting a trade.
The agent can't do it either.
Well, that's look.
So that's why you need Chris Haynes.
Hey, but look, that's the first time that's happened. They only hit Rich Paul, huh? They only hit Rich Paul.
NBA don't like Rich Paul, boy.
Who do they like less, Rich Paul or the Van Gundys? Did you hear that story coming out that they don't like?
No, the NBA doesn't like the Van Gundys.
That's the rumor. That's the like, people speculate.
I missed that one.
Yeah.
You listen to the deal on KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It got riled up after Jeff got fired from ESPN, and then
isn't Stan on TNT?
He's on TNT, but they look at Simmons was talking about this. It was actually kind of interesting. Him and Russillo were talking about how the NBA looks at ESPN, looks at the NBA a certain way, in a positive way, because that's the one place where they can give out the trophy at the end of the year. Can't do it with the Super Bowl. Can't do it with baseball. Even the college. Well, they do it with NCAA college, but they hold the NBA and what they can do in the finals as like, this is the time where we can give out the trophy. They hold it in a high prestige. And they were trying to figure out if that's how you feel about it. Like, why is the Countdown product so bad? And why would you get rid of Jeff Van Gundy? And then Simmons talked about how he's like, I don't know what happened, but when I was on Countdown, we went through everything. Everything was supposed to happen. And Stan Van Gundy was supposed to be on there. Magic, Wilbon, me, and Van Gundy. And the 11th hour, out of nowhere, David Stern said, I don't want Stan on there. And Stan wasn't on there. And now they're talking about the same thing with Jeff. Like, why would you get rid of Jeff and not Mark? Or like, why would you get rid of Jeff, period?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that was the folktale that the NBA has a problem with the Van Gundys.
Interesting. I missed that.
Yeah.
New CBA too. It says you can get fined up to $150,000 now for requesting a trade.
They're trying.
Well, they already found the loophole.
Yeah.
Rich Paul didn't do it. Aaron Goodwin didn't do it. Chris Haynes did it.
That's it.
Chris Haynes did it.
That's it. There's a loophole for all of this stuff, man.
Yeah.
There's a loophole for all of this. Like, you can't, they'll find a way, like even with the contract stuff, like they'll find a way, the players will and the agents will, to be a step ahead of the game.
Yeah, the rule says that like you get fined if you or someone like an agent or someone else with some authority, like I don't know, over what you do and stuff like that, if they request a trade. So yeah, Chris Haynes, nope.
Yeah. So I think that
it's the whole point of what I was getting to is it's not even like it's just a formality now. And once this is done, it's gonna the question becomes, well, who's next?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's probably Joel. Everyone thought it was going to be Cat. Cat ain't going to ask out. They might just trade Karl Anthony Towns. Right. Joe's going to be the next one. Yeah. When Daryl Morey screws this up again, get me out of here. Now and we'll get to it. We'll get to James Harden in a minute. But
I think the Blazers should just, and it's unfair, but this is the game. This is how it goes. Work to try and get him in Miami. And even if the deal in Boston or OKC, or two examples, are better than Miami, are they that much better where you would say, no, there's no way we can trade you to Miami?
Yeah.
Like, unless OKC is giving you Shea and Giddey or Shea and Jalen, like it would be something incremental. Like they'd probably say Jalen Williams. You know, Jalen Williams got a bright future, big time future. But is he that much better than Tyler Hero?
The Jalen Williams or the other one?
Why? I
don't know why Holly thought
Holly,
that was
man.
the way to go, but that was she up there with both Jalen Williams and called this man the Jalen Williams.
Holly. That's cold, Holly.
Oh.
But number one, you're probably not going to get what you think you should get in the trade anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So just trade him to Miami. Like, there's no need to, play hardball for a person that in 2K terms is a 82 over an 80. Like, just send him to Miami.
What if they fit your timeline better though?
Tyler Hero's 22 years old.
I thought he was old. I thought he was like 24 already, 25. I guess that's still young.
He came out as a freshman.
I like Tyler Hero. You're just putting yourself in a position where like you now you have kind of a cluster of a roster that you have to fix like now.
Mm-hmm.
Like before the season starts, and
don't like at that point.
What are you gonna do with all them dudes?
You got the trade deadline coming up. You could work your way because you're not gonna win regardless. You're not gonna win anyway. So what's the rush? You know what I mean? Just see how things play out.
But you might, if you do like, you might not be trash though.
I don't think so. I don't think they'll be that good regardless of what they do.
Yeah, I
maybe
disagree.
You move on from Anthony, you can get somebody that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like I'm good with working with Hero, and then obviously you got Scoot and your boy, you got Jeremy Grant there. If you could just round out this roster a little bit by moving with Anthony Simons, but the problem is once you do the deal with Miami, this hypothetical deal with Miami, and Tyler Hero comes over, Anthony Simons is, God bless him, in basketball trade talk, he's not worthless.
No,
because everybody knows.
Yeah.
Like everybody, it's the bogey buddy thing that we talked about before. You match that bogey contract, both of them become worthless because everyone knows you need to trade one of them.
Well, even
That's
then,
what happens with Anthony Simons.
in a basketball sense. I think the common thought is that Anthony Simons is overpaid. So now you got to work with that. Like people, what you suggest they do with Nurkic, people are going to ask them to do that to take on Simons' contract.
Yeah, but if you could get, you might be right. But if you could get a player who fits your roster better, you might be willing to do it. Like you say, Yusuf Nurkic might actually work in Miami. Great, you killed. I don't know why you kill birds with stones, but it works.
Man, I had a hell of a weekend, bro. It's crazy. I'll talk about it on the break.
Did you kill it?
Nah, man, it's crazy. I'll talk about it on the break, man.
Okay. I don't even know where I was going now. Like
let's go to break now. I need to hear this.
Yeah, I just said, hey, y'all want to hear the story? You got to go to YouTube and Twitch. I don't know what's going on. We'll continue to talk. We'll talk more. There's more stuff that hasn't happened. We were told things were going to happen.
And now I wonder if it's going to.
Well, we'll talk about it. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Oh, also, we'll talk about this when we get back, too. Just for the live stream. Look who's here. Rasay said, posted a picture of Sasha and De'Aaron. So
it's lit.
We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here
Straight
on
up.
Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yep, you guys gonna have to wait just a little bit because it is 13th round time. But I promise, I'll give you this weird story. Make sure the time's right because I need to start putting these on Twitter, man. Twitter needs to know what's. Well, the problem is I always go over 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So let's try not to make that happen today. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to my people over at Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out Cola CMOS. You already know the vibe, man. Pineapple today. ColaCMOS.com. Go cop that. And got to talk about a little heavyweight action that we had over the weekend as Jared Big Baby Anderson took on Chris Martin for 10-round heavyweight bout. No belts on, no real belts on the line or nothing like that. And Big Baby handled business. A clean sweep, knocked down Martin. I think it was in the 3rd round or something like that. And, just looked like we've seen him so far. A lot of people were upset that he didn't take him out, and that was a problem for some people. But Big Baby, he's a young dude. He needs rounds. And I think he'll be fine. I look at him as a prospect and I wonder, can he take out Tyson Fury? Is it too early for that? Part of me says he's just not. He's too green. He goes in there with Tyson Fury, and I think Fury will box his ears off, as Ryan Garcia once said about Devin Haney. But I mean, if I'm Bob Arum, why not? Why not? Tyson Fury ain't fighting nobody. He ain't got nobody to fight. Well, he does have people to fight. He don't want to fight him. He's not doing anything. He's not moving the needle. Why not throw Big Baby in there and see what he could do? Another fight I would like to see is I would like to see the battle of the Big Babies, the original Big Baby Miller. I'd like to see him go up against Jared Anderson as a little bit of a trial run, a barometer test for the new Big Baby and see what he's got. But, I want to see him in the ring some more. I like what I see. I don't know if he's ready for the big boys, but part of me says, man, throw him in there and see what he can do. So shout out to Big Baby Anderson, handling business over the weekend. And that is the 13th round. Big Baby! Oh, the other Big Baby was going viral. Did you see the video of him getting looking at that girl, Bria? I forgot her last name.
No, last video I saw Big Baby was passing out weed at like some basketball pickup.
Oh no. Yeah, he went a little viral because he was just this singer. I forgot her name. I don't think I'd ever heard of her before this video, but she's a singer. She was at BT Awards or whatever. And she I think it's Bria Stevens. I think that's who it is. But she was doing an interview and Big Baby walked behind the interview and like did a triple take. And the camera it had the internet going nuts.
I still can't believe you got checked for a seat at the Celtics game.
That is hilarious. That's an all-timer. So over the weekend, there's a bird's nest that's on under the. I'll bring it to the show. It don't matter. It's all good.
It's a long 10 seconds.
I think Boots can do anything. I think that highly of him.
Shout out to our people over at Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River has something for everyone, from casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at SR Prime. And I think I'm long overdue for a trip to SR Prime.
For sure.
Yeah, we need
for sure.
Need to do that. Thinking about that smoky old fashioned we had up there.
Yeah.
So the 13th round, for those who've never joined us on the stream, 13th round, Kenny's boxing show. Every day at 2. Well, he alternates shows every day at 2:13.
Kicking it with KC, is back in here. Boy, I got a good one for tomorrow.
Whatever happened with Kenny over the weekend is now getting pushed to the main show.
To the main
and
show.
You've got everybody here on the edge of their seat.
It's not a house show no more.
I'm just here. This is a premium live event here, pal. It's a premium live event. What happened?
So
what is going on?
At my house, there's and it's been this way for some years. There's a nest in one of the corners of my house, right?
Okay.
And I don't really like it. Like, I really don't like it because it's like, yo, I don't need no birds over here. But they don't really bother anything. They don't get in the house or nothing like that, or in the attic. So it's just whatever. Like, I'm not gonna kill some birds because they're in there. Like,
really hope not.
It's whatever. Like, we just deal with it. Whatever. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
So they've been up there for, like I said, last couple of years. The other day, Reese goes outside and he's pulling the trash up and, into the backyard. He said, there's a dead bird over on the side of the house. And I was like, oh no, that's all bad. That's terrible. There has been occasions where, like, eggs have fallen before. That's pretty disgusting. But, you clean it up, but it's very rare. So I was like, all right, I get the bird up, get it, in the trash can. It's like, all right, whatever. I didn't really like it. I didn't really like doing it, but it's like, all right, cool. Poor guy. The next day.
You didn't try to perform CPR?
No, absolutely not. There was no CPR. There was no coming back from this one.
You can't get a disease from a bird. It's an Office reference. You won't get it.
I meant to watch The Office this weekend.
Yeah, right, bro.
I fell asleep.
Stop it.
But next day, there's another bird.
Oh,
said,
no.
Wait a minute. This is crazy. Yo, I was going somewhere. I was like, I'll deal with this when I get back. When I get back later that night, another bird has fallen and is dead. So, yo, this is getting wild. It's getting crazy. So next day I was like, yo, I got to get these things up. As I go to get those two birds up, I see another bird looking like he's gasping for his life pretty much. He was like kind of walking away. Like, you open up a door, they fly out or something like that. He was just kind of walking. So, yo, what's going on around here, man? What is really good? And that's the end of the story. Got the two birds up. And the other one I didn't find. I don't know what happened to him. But I think the reason why I think they were dying of heat stroke.
That would be my That'd be my guess. The story had no climax. When you got to say, oh, that's the end of the story.
Well, that's it. These birds, you talking about killing birds with two stones.
I know. I tried to stop, but I don't know. I don't know why. We don't need to do dog forts. Yeah, we don't need to. I don't know why you're killing birds with any stones. Like, we don't. And I don't know why your house is a death trap for these birds.
I don't know.
If your bird passes, I guess, get in touch with the Caraways, bury them at the Caraway Cemetery, I guess.
I mean, and why couldn't they fly away? Like when it got too hot, fly away, go to the tree.
Maybe I don't know.
Stop falling from my roof.
Well, don't get mad at them for dying. God, man, insensitive jerks.
I kind of am. There's a park right over there with lots of trees. Go into the trees.
Birds die?
I looked it up. Yeah. Sometimes they die. Sometimes they just kind of pass out and then come back to life.
Well, how do you know those birds were dead?
Oh, they were done.
Oh,
they were done. But that's what happened to the one that I don't know what happened to him. I think maybe he had passed out. Maybe he just couldn't go any further. And was just, I can't fly right now. But when I came back later that day, he was nowhere to be found. There was no dead carcass there, nothing like that. So I don't know. Maybe he was okay.
Maybe put some water out there for him.
Well, look, I'm not killing them off of my house, but I'm also not inviting them to stay there.
Man,
they really do need to leave, but I'm going to leave them alone. It's whatever. I'm going to leave them alone.
No, you're just slowly, whatever didn't die yesterday is going to die next week.
Don't put it on me. And they need to leave, but this was a warning. This is not the place to be. Like, it gets hot over here. You guys should leave. Take your family and leave. You can come back later when it cools down. Like I said, they're there. They don't really bother nothing. It's fine. They can stay. But don't just be falling out of your nest and dying. Now I'm getting upset.
You're up. Okay. But
why are you staying there? You know it's hot.
Well, now you're mad at them for dying.
Your man's just died 2 days ago. Why are you staying?
Who gets mad at a bird that died because it's too hot?
You need to be smarter, man. Your man's just died 2 days ago. You gonna stay? Or you gonna relocate? Come on, man.
Why don't you put some water out there for me?
No. Because then they all gonna come.
Oh, I doubt that.
I'm not trying to have Mike Tyson's pigeon coop at my house.
I'm going to tell Mike when we talk to him, because we're going to talk to Mike at some point. I'm going to tell him, like, hey, tell your bird story again, Brody. Tell your bird story again.
I saw the wildest clip from Mike Tyson the other day. It was I'd seen it before, but I don't know if it was wild. It's not even nothing I want to talk about.
Okay.
That's how wild it was, man. It's wild.
Plot twist. Casey out here killing birds.
Don't put that on me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Kenny running a slaughterhouse. Goodness gracious.
They've lived there just fine for like 3 years. But it got too hot. They need to leave. It's going to get even hotter.
Well, all right. This is a terrible story, by the way, just for the record.
That was really sad.
It was an awful story.
But it was also sad.
Did anything happen to you this weekend?
Yeah, a lot of good
stuff.
stuff.
Can you balance it out?
Well, I went to a Rivercats game on Saturday. And I thought I'd be safe just because we were in the shade.
How'd that go?
No.
Yeah.
No. It was like 106. And it was really hot.
Hey, Sasha's here.
Hey.
Looks like he might have been getting a workout in with De'Aaron Fox. Rasay posted a picture. MVP sighting over on Twitter, and I'm sure he'll be in the house. For those that are on their way to the California Classic, Day 2 gets underway here in about 30 minutes. Of course, the Sacramento Kings take the floor again tonight at 7 o'clock. Sasha's not a guy that we talked a lot about with when James Ham joined us here in the first hour of the show, but it almost feels like Sasha's arrival was just a formality.
Mm-hmm.
We had heard so much about him. Again, you just go over the amount of guys that made a visit to see him.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like they really want him here. And when you saw the money, it was like, well, when you saw the money that Olympiacos was offering, it was like, I think he's gonna make more than that here. Like if this is about money, he's coming to the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
If it's about something else, then that's a different question. Right. That's a different conversation. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this dude has to offer. It was fun, following him. His run in EuroLeague really kind of accelerated right after the Kings got eliminated from the postseason. So it was a way to be excited about Kings basketball for another few weeks, being able to follow Sasha. So knowing that he's a need and a perfect fit on this team, it'll be exciting to watch him. Maybe he'll suit up for the California Classic tonight.
Right. Since y'all want these guys to play so much, put them
and
out
Keegan.
there.
Him and Keegan out there. That was a joke. Sasha is not playing tonight at the California Classic. But yeah, man, it's like watching Keegan Monday, and I'm sure this will be the same feeling tonight. Watching Keegan Monday was one of those, man, how far away are we from camp? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, all right, I'm ready to see this. Like, how far away? And the answer is far. We're not close. We're not close.
I think
we're not close.
The Niners will be in week 5 or 6 by the time camp starts.
Goodness. Well, that's all right. We got the Hall of Fame game in like a month.
Wow. Who's playing again? Is it the Jets? I think it is the Jets. Because I think Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is not playing in the Hall of Fame playing. He is absolutely not.
I don't even know
playing
who's going into the Hall of Fame this year.
Oh, that's a good one. I don't either.
Is John Lynch going? I think John Lynch might be going.
He is. I remember. Or wait, did he go in last year?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think John Lynch already went to the Hall of Fame.
It's the Browns and the Jets this year.
It is the Jets.
Boy, that'll
and
put
the
butts
Browns.
in the seats.
Wow. Jesse, do we know if John Lynch went in this year or last year? That's going to bother me now.
My money says he went in last year.
Well, I'm about to start another winning streak. I'd say he's going in this year.
He was inducted in 2021. You guys are way off.
Oh, man. The last handful of you got that man giving an induction speech 2 years after he went in. I have no idea what this year's Hall of Fame class is.
It's yeah, I don't either. I don't know. I know there's no Ray Lewis who gets a whole hour. Who took over more of the show? Ray Lewis or The Undertaker?
The Undertaker.
I don't know.
The Undertaker's still talking.
Ray Lewis.
The Undertaker is still talking.
The first one to ever get the earpiece mic. Ray Lewis. It's like, sir.
Rondé Barber's going in. Darrell Revis.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Joe Thomas is going in. That's easy. Oh, DeMarcus Ware is going in.
Oh, okay.
I like DeMarcus Ware.
Nah, he's a legend.
He is
he's a legend. Troy State.
He is a quality dude. Zach Thomas. Jesse will be celebrating that weekend. Zach Thomas going into the Hall of Fame. And then other
Brian
guys.
Young went last year. I remember that was a good speech. Brian Young.
I haven't watched an NFL Hall of Fame induction in a while.
I watched whoever, I'm kind of interested to see. I don't really watch the whole thing all the way through. But they're actually, I'm always like, man, it's too many, or there's guys that I never heard of who are getting in the Hall of Fame. But
or they get an unlimited amount of time to talk.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, though. Hearing these guys talk and talk about, their career. And I actually enjoy it when I'm watching it more than like the build up. Oh, I can't wait to see. I don't ever feel that way. But when I actually watch it, I was like, that's a good story. Good for him.
Did you ever see Ric Flair's Hall of Fame speech?
I don't think I did.
I think it was somewhere around 90 minutes.
He was longer than the Undertaker?
He talked forever.
Was he last?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That whole WrestleMania was about. That was the I'm Sorry I Love You WrestleMania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
They built the whole WrestleMania around it.
You threw in wrestling in Hall of Fame. Didn't Bret Hart get tackled at his Hall of Fame thing?
No, he got tackled. I think him and Natty were introducing, like they did it in the ring for some reason instead of on a stage. It was the first year they did it in the ring, and him and Natty, I think, were introducing the anvil, and someone tackled him. And credit to him, he gets up and he goes, I think that guy was part of the clique. Which was such a great line. It was such a great line.
It was real. Somebody hopped the barricade and tackled him?
Someone tackled him.
Bruh.
Yeah, someone tackled him.
They should have beat the hell out of him like they did.
I'm very confident they did.
Like Triple H did the guy who jumped in and got Stone Cold.
The funniest thing about that was, Hunter's there like playing dead. Then he sees the guy get in the ring and he jumps up and beats the crap.
I think the refs start beating the hell out of him too.
Yeah. I think it was Earl Hebner was like kicking him. And I guess that's the rule. You get to beat the crap out of the guy until security grabs him and takes him away.
Simple as that. Don't get in the ring.
Don't do it. Do not do it.
Oh man, but hey, NBA still going crazy though, man, and NBA still going crazy. And we
Well,
know,
not exactly.
well,
James
crazy with
Harden is still a
speculation.
76er.
So how do you think that's gonna go? I just got to ask you straight up.
Part of me wants him to stay a 76er so bad, just because it'll just be like the latest James Harden circus where he requests a trade, doesn't get one, and Daryl Morey just keeps him. If it was anybody but Daryl Morey, hey, Philadelphia, hope you can figure this out. But it's Daryl Morey, and I want this to blow up.
He's done this before, hasn't he? Morey, like maybe he did it again with Harden.
Simmons,
Simmons,
right?
he was with Simmons, yeah.
He just sat on Simmons until he
sat on Ben Simmons for like an entire year.
So he got the deal he wanted. That'd be crazy if he did it again.
Which was James Harden.
Yeah. Which is, and this one,
Oh,
at
that's
least you
so
could,
funny.
at least like, I feel like you could sell somebody on Ben Simmons, even if there were enough people who believed there was still something there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's looking at Harden like, yeah, we'll give you a young star or somebody like that. Like, no.
So I wonder, because when we found out about this Harden thing and started looking at the Clippers, the money, like matching the money isn't complicated.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wonder, kind of what we were talking about with Tyler Hero a minute ago in Portland, Norm Powell, the money, like you've got to make the money work. Like the money matches up, but you're going like Philadelphia they're not Portland.
Mm.
Like Philadelphia, whether James Harden is on the team or not, is going to be competing for a championship next year. Yeah, I mean that's their goal. Like they're still atop of the East team to me.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying they think they are. That's their goal.
Yeah, but I don't know that you could bring all that. I don't know that you could bring all that Norm Powell money back. I don't think you can have that. And so I wonder if Norm Powell, as we thought, this is easy. This deal, we thought this deal was going to be done by the end of Friday.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if the 76ers, I'll take 17 back from Norm Powell. I'm not taking 60 plus back from him. In exchange for 33 of James Harden? Ain't no way.
Why wouldn't you, in your opinion? I think Norman Powell is
I think Norman Powell's
starting caliber 2 guard.
I think Norman Powell's a solid ball player for sure. I don't know where Philadelphia is at with their financials for the next handful of years.
Well, Tobias is coming off the books. They're going to have to sign Maxey or not, but I think they'll sign Maxey.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really about it.
Well, Joe.
Yeah, well, obviously Joe, but he's not. That one player isn't hampering what you can do financially.
Yeah, but all that adds up, though. You put 20 or so from Norm Powell. You put, Joe's what, 40 plus?
Mm-hmm.
And then Tyrese is going to be money.
Yeah, but the cap's going up.
Well, thank you.
Joel's at,
but
I was gonna say Joel Embiid is at $47 million this year. Then it gets to 50 the year after that, and then it ends 4 years from now at 59 with the player option.
Ends 4 years from now.
But,
so when he requests that trade, he's going to have some years left on his deal.
So the question though is, like, what would you? It's not a rhetorical question, but I understand the answer to it. But like, what would you be saving that money up for?
Oh, they're always going to think they could do something better with it.
Because I think, what is it, like 15, 16 for Norman Powell? It's not bad.
But I think it's three or 4 years.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I look at it like this.
But again, you're talking James Harden for 33. You're taking back potentially 60.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's because you got the 33 that's going to fall off, right? If James just plays out the year, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
But to get in order to he opted in order to get rid of him, you got to spend $60 million.
Mm-hmm.
That could be like if Norm Powell was in the deal with 2 years left, I don't think they care one way or another, regardless of whatever apron they're approaching.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's like 3 and it might be 4, and I'm gonna check right now. I think that could be it. To be clear, it shouldn't be that big of a hang up. There's no reason if James Harden is going to the Clippers that this shouldn't be done yet. But Daryl Morey has perhaps convinced himself again that no, I'm just going to keep him and he'll stay and he'll play and he'll love it.
Yeah. So the other thing that kind of raised my antennas about Harden to the Clippers is
18, 19, and 20.
18, 19, 20.
That's about what he is. Yeah.
Is the signing of Russell Westbrook by the Clippers. Now you can look at Russ as being a guy that comes off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think he did that with the Clippers. Did he do it the whole time?
I don't think he did it with the Clippers at all. He did it with the Lakers.
Okay.
I don't think he did it with the Clippers.
But I think he would do it though. Like if you brought in James and have Russ coming off the bench, I think he would do it. But I mean, do you want to do that? Do you want to put James and Russ back on the same team again? I don't know if they had big beef, but it felt like James wanted to
blamed
move on.
Russell.
Yeah.
Well, he blamed Russell Westbrook, just like he blamed Chris Paul. That's why I'm blaming the Los Angeles Clippers for this even being a conversation. Like, what's the upside? Like, realistically, I understand I'm the hater. So you tell me, what's the upside of having right now in 2023? What's the upside of having James Harden on your team? And specifically, I'll frame it like this. What's the upside of having James Harden on your Los Angeles Clippers team?
Somebody that can carry the load till the playoffs come.
I don't think he's a carry the load guy anymore.
I mean,
I think he's very good.
He not by himself, be part of it. He had Philly, him and Embiid had Philly as one of the best teams in basketball in the regular season. And then the playoffs came and he did what he did. But if I'm the Clippers, the argument
what he does.
Yeah, if I'm the Clippers, the argument is if I can like have him there to help us win games in the regular season and keep Kawhi and Paul George healthy going into the playoffs, I won't need him in the playoffs. He can disappear like he always does. Kawhi and Paul will be there and kind of role reversal this whole thing. That's the argument. Would I do that if I were the Clippers? No. I just don't believe in James Harden. I don't think I'd ever trade for James Harden, but I think that's the argument.
All right. Let's get Bruce in here. 916-909-1320. Bruce, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
We're good, Bruce. How you doing, man?
Did you have a good holiday?
Yeah, I had a good holiday. How about you guys?
It was good, man. It was good. I didn't do much. Saw some fireworks. You know, it was all good, but it was cool.
Yeah, that sounds nice. So I got a free agent pickup idea. So
what you got, man?
Going back to my call a couple weeks ago, I talked about picking up Bol for Rashawn Holmes. Since we don't have Rashawn Holmes anymore, and we're not really going to pick up anybody big right now, we can try to pick up Bol since he is a free agent right now for cheap.
I like it. I like it. So two things for Bruce. One, he does not care about our personal life. That was very clear. He doesn't care.
What did he say? That's nice.
That's nice. Like, I did not call to talk to you about your stupid little weekend. I don't want to hear about your birds. I don't want to hear none of that. I came to talk Kings basketball, and that's what I'm going to do. Here's the tricky part to your proposition, Bruce. One, I think I can speak for both of us. We love it.
Yes.
Two,
yes.
He's got to clear waivers first. And there's probably, I think there's a belief that's probably not going to happen.
No. Our guy, Jason Dillard, was in here earlier, and he could just be talking as a fan or whatever, but he said there's no way he gets past the Warriors. No way. So when did that process start?
I thought I don't know how holidays work. I thought it was 24 hours after you have 24 hours to put a claim in after the player's been waived. Of course, sometimes there's a news of a player being waived. That doesn't mean it's been called into the league already. It means it'll happen.
Informed, or somebody with agent was informed,
right.
Like that.
Right. So I think the belief is, and again, Bruce, love the idea of Bol on this team. I think the idea is he's probably not going to clear waivers.
Yeah, and I want to be clear when I talk about go get Bol. I don't think he's coming in and starting with Sabonis, right?
Yeah, I have him replacing Sabonis. Like he's just that good. He's
right.
Wembanyama from
I think he is a guy that you take a chance on because of potential upside. When I say sign him, you're signing him to probably one of the lower deals that you can. He's coming in as your third center, and you see what he's got. He may not have anything. Orlando, a team that's trying to like take a leap into the playoffs and do all these other things, they said, you know what, we just don't even need him.
Mm-hmm.
Like that says a little something right there.
Mm-hmm.
So he may not be able to play. He may not be able to crack the rotation.
Yeah.
But he's the type of guy that I would take a chance on.
Yeah, 100%.
I need to see it myself.
Yeah, he's the type of guy where it didn't work. No, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Domantas Sabonis on the Kings doesn't work, it's catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
Bol doesn't work on Sacramento. It's like, okay, well, we'll let him go. We'll cut him and let him go do whatever he wants to later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to.
Good job,
I'd
Bruce.
like to give that a shot.
Bruce didn't care about us.
Bruce really did not. That's good. It's nice you had it. I did not call to talk to you about.
Bruce got back. Half the time I get in trouble for listening to you guys.
Well, we're trying to clean it up, Bruce. We're doing better. We're doing better for you, Bruce.
Yeah, man.
And all of the little Bruces out there.
Shout out, Bruce. Eat your vitamins. Say your prayers.
And train.
We got to get some blue D-Lo and KC weights.
Yeah. D-Lo and KC weight tape. I love that thing. I told you the story. I swore when I was lifting those Hulkamania blue weights that I was lifting 25 pounds and not 2.5. Yeah, I thought I was doing something, man.
Oh, man. Couldn't tell me I wasn't getting buff.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation, or if you got some more trade proposals, we'd love to hear from them. Knicks in the news as well. We'll dive into that. Plus, we'll talk. Oh, man. And did guys get paid this weekend? Goodness gracious.
Man.
Some
Shout
of
out
these
to the
dudes
young
got
boys.
paid this weekend. We'll talk about that when D-Lo and Casey. Brought to you by Sky River Casino resumes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, maybe doing what Casey said. Look, just don't sign him then. If you don't believe in it, if you're not willing to take the risk, don't sign.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off. That's true. He does not care. Does not care. That's facts, Chester. That's facts. Filthy McNasty, sir. Goodness gracious. ESPN really put that out there, too.
And the thing about that stuff is, like, people know. Like, whoever's like, people know.
Like, what do you got? All right, guys. Let's put that on the screen, huh? There's some interesting names still. Really? Oh, man. Thoughts and prayers to our buddy Chris Verlade. He's not a fan of that. I see you, Dr. David. No, I got you. Oh, man. I didn't watch Raw at all the other night, but I'm eager to watch SmackDown. I'm eager to see how they follow that story up. They ain't even got a show name over there. It's just like aspirin, cola. The ending of Raw was good. Okay. What was it? Cody versus Lesnar 3 at SummerSlam. Okay. Oh, really? God, why are they doing that? I guess. Well, all right. I guess there's nothing wrong with it. How does this storyline revolve? Yeah, leave Rikishi out of it. If unless Roman's going to beat him up, then bring him in. I'm all for it. If Roman's going to beat him up, bring him in. Wow, I think SmackDown's better because you got Roman over there. Who got cut? GT. Oh, Garrett. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Yeah. Garrett should always be commended, man, because he's one of those guys who went to the G League. They put him down in the G League. He fought his way out. I thought he played well here during his time. I thought he's had a couple of good stops in his career.
Who is Ramsey talking about?
I don't know.
He said he ain't calling a grown man that name in 2023. His name is Kevin.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I don't think that's who he's talking about. I don't think that's who he's talking about.
It's not, but it'd be funny if Ram's like, I'm not calling her the Glizzy Gobbler.
I think he's talking about Chris's co-host. I didn't even know his name was Kevin until today.
Who's Kevin?
Whitey.
I didn't know that either.
Whitey's name is Kevin.
I had no idea.
I had no idea. It's Whitey. I don't know. Never called him Kevin.
Yeah, she said, I ain't calling him.
Ramsey probably get thrown out of. Hey, Whitey! Whitey! Nobody yell at across the street, man.
I'm surprised we didn't see Ramsey on Monday. Ramsey be at Game 7, but not at the California Classic.
Still, ain't nothing funnier than Jake turning around saying, hey, can we talk about Keon Ellis's hair? Nah, Jake. Sure can't, buddy. You definitely cannot. That was the good thing about the California Classic, man, was being able to hang out with some people that we hadn't got to see in a while. Actually, thinking about it, we've got to shoot our man Hunter a text. He wrote an article on Keegan and De'Aaron today.
Yeah, I saw that. I got to read it.
He told me on Monday he was working on it. He was like, it should drop in the next couple of days. I was like, all right, as soon as it drops, let's do something. Yeah. And I was going to reach out to him today, and then it dawned on me like all of our people are at the arena.
Yeah.
So we'll carry the show the rest of the way
of the California Classic.
Yeah. I don't even know who the Kings are playing tonight.
The Heat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Jaime. Yeah.
Jaime versus Keegan.
I'm with that. I'm with that. Oh, now you're excited. Oh, now you're excited.
If he's gonna play, I want to see him do work.
Okay.
He did work in Game 1.
He did. Called for that man to sit after his dunk. Like, all right, that's it.
I did.
1 for 1.
Got up like magic.
Out. Get him out. And it's funny, the way he walked to the bench, I was like, wait a minute, he might be done. Like he walked to the bench with like authority and sat and put the towel on. I was like, oh, Keegan really might have had a one-play summer league. He in fact did not. And then when he came out in the first quarter, I was like, okay, that's it.
Well,
and then he was back in the first quarter.
Back in the clutch. I said, bro, wait, what? After my man got
Keegan was working.
I ain't even gonna say it, but the guy ran into his leg. I was gonna say something else, but you can't say nothing on the Chatty House, bro. You really can't.
Well, can you be what? Be an adult.
The guy when the guy got leg whipped in the fourth quarter. I forgot who that was. Guy was diving on the ball on the floor. Got leg whipped. Right. My guy didn't play on Monday. Stevens.
Who's your guy? Oh,
thought he was gonna play. I hope he plays today. Give him a look, coach.
Yeah, that's the dude you was going.
Yeah, he didn't.
I spent like 2 days talking about him last week.
He didn't get off the bench.
That man got a DMP CD. How do you even like? That's got to be tough. Like, how do you like? What's Luke? How do you navigate the California Classic? Because at some point we could talk about giving these guys a look and wanting to see from them, and then in this unique case for Luke Louts, Keegan's there. You want to make sure you're probably talking a lot with Keegan, like you want to keep going, you good, the whole deal. But like at some point, as the coach, like you're like, okay, here's the plan. This is what we want to do. We want to get guys looks. But then you get in the game and it's like, well, I'm a coach. I want to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
Alex O'Connell and Jakes, they're probably not going to help me. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to leave Neemias Queta. I'm going to leave Neemias Queta and Keegan Murray in there to try to win this ball game.
Yeah. And
I don't know where Frankie is this year.
Shout out Frankie. Frankie actually played well last year.
He did. I don't know where he's at now, though.
But I think my thought is
those are like second week of summer league guys.
Yeah.
When everyone leaves.
But when Keegan leaves, things will really open up. Or it's like you get certain games, right? So I forgot who the guy was who played the center. I think it's like I forgot. I don't even butcher his name. But maybe that game was his game. Maybe Steven's game is tonight, where he gets the minute. And that's kind of how you because I would think you're trying to get a look at these guys in game situations. So if you got them on your roster, you want to put them in the game situations and see what they got. So, maybe Stevens gets the majority of the backup minutes tonight, and that's really what we're talking about, like the backup minutes. I don't think any of these guys are cracking the starting lineup, but, maybe the backups.
Jake Stevens is a top 5 not basketball name.
Is it a wrestling name?
Jake Stevens. Jake Stevens sounds like he's going to fight Josh Emmett on the next UFC. The next UFC show. That's what that sounds like. By the way, speaking of USC, I'm only saying this because I saw it on the screen. There's one person I think in the entire building that has more TVs in their house than you, and it's our man Bailey.
Oh,
Jason Bailey.
I didn't get a chance to go out to Bailey's house.
Well, lucky for me, for you, it's a 45-minute drive. For me, it's about a 45-second walk. I walked over there, beautiful house, but there's this one just unique position where as you're standing, you could see 3 different TVs. There's one in, I guess, like the living area. There's one in a far back, like bar room poker area. And then there's one essentially in the kitchen, like breakfast nook. And then, he showed me around the house before I left. He's got his, his studio upstairs, TV. It's got the bedroom, TV, daughter's bedroom, TV. Like there's 65-inch TVs all over the place. I was like, man, you and Kenny,
he got more than I do.
Yeah, and that's not even counting the one outside.
See, I don't have the outside one or the kitchen joint.
Well, the only reason you don't have the outside one is didn't you leave it out there in the wind? And
that tornado that happened 2 years ago wiped it out, and I haven't replaced it. TVs are like. And trust me, I wouldn't get the 75-inch Samsung for outside. I could go to Walmart and get the one for $109. Okay. I just haven't.
The 4th of July, they were TV sales. So.
Damn, I should have hopped on that. Bailey, did you guys talk wrestling?
We didn't.
Wrestling guy.
No, he is. Yeah, he was talking about I know DDP and all of that. No, we didn't talk. He actually fell asleep. It was pretty amazing.
It was his party.
It was pretty amazing. I went into the house. I was talking to my man Aaron, and I came outside, and he's laid out on the outdoor couch, not like like snoring, like he's in a full sleep. And I looked at his wife Rachel. I was like, "Yo, is he sleeping?" And she goes, "Yeah, he asleep." So everybody just sitting around having their conversations. I was like, "Yo, man's is asleep."
It was his party.
It was his party, and it was like 5 or 5:30. I was like, buddy, you ain't never gonna make it at one of our parties. You are not gonna make it. But what was funnier than all these different TVs he had was one of them, for some reason, was airing UFC for like 4 straight hours.
Oh, man.
The other one wasn't playing anything, but for some reason it was on a Scooby-Doo. like it was Netflix and it was a Scooby-Doo episode and they just left it there. And then outside there was soccer with Spanish commentary. So it was a very unique gathering at our man Bailey's house.
Very unique.
Yeah.
They put 82,000 in the Rose Bowl yesterday for LA Galaxy versus LAFC.
I believe that.
That was the biggest MLS attendance in history.
I believe that.
Much better soccer news than what happened at Levi's. That was terrible.
What happened at Levi's?
Somebody got stabbed.
At a soccer match?
Yeah, it was like Mexico versus Qatar.
Yeah, it was Qatar.
Oh, no.
Like, geez, goodness gracious.
No good. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody watching the show on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter, affectionately now known as 1320 TV. You can watch us in streaming form. Now, I'm sorry, just quick follow-up. This was in the arena?
Yeah, man. They had like a brawl. I think it was towards the end of the game. And they had a brawl in the stands.
So they don't break the metal detectors out for everything, huh?
I don't know how that happened.
I don't know if those metal detectors work, to be honest.
Well, you do, or they had the famous pat down guy.
Yeah, that was jarring. I saw it on my man Roro's page on Twitter. He tweeted it out, and he's like, "Yeah, my son, his son, big soccer fan. Obviously, his dad's great, but he wanted to go to that match." And Ro was like, "This is why I don't send. We don't go to those games, man, because it just gets so crazy." That's how I feel about football games. Like I don't think I'm taking Reese until he's a teenager. It gets wild at them football games, man.
Yeah, it is. Some fans be doing too much.
Yeah,
way too much. Dr. David's Photoshop is pretty wild.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good Photoshop from Dr. David. Go follow our man at Dr. Hill Jr. on Twitter.
Man.
No, that's a good one.
Come on.
That's a good one.
Look, I feel bad for those birds, man.
I'm sorry. Away. The way you laid out that story, nothing about it screams sympathy.
What did I do wrong?
The way you conveyed the story, first of all, you're mad at them for dying.
No, I'm mad at them for not leaving.
Well, okay. All right.
The first one was like, oh my gosh, we didn't see that coming. But
then you were annoyed that like 3 more. You've got this bird pandemic happening where they're falling out the sky dying, and you're mad about it.
Man, I got prayers up to them birds, man.
R.I.P. to Kenny's birds. Forget flip side. R.I.P. to the birds at Kenny's house.
Like I say, we have a relationship that works. I don't
know why it would have been so hard for you to put water out for him.
Because it's like putting out milk for cats.
I don't think that's true. What
happens when you put out food? The neighborhood cats start coming.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have a flock of birds living on the top of your house because you put a bowl of water out there for them.
Google says if it's a constant supply, like if you're constantly giving them water or food and stuff like that, they'll stick around. But if you do it like one time, maybe you're good.
Let's not even go down that road. Hopefully they learn from the man's RIP to them, and they say this isn't a good spot for us, Tweety. Let's move on to when it gets hot. Let's move on to the tree at the park across the street.
This from Zach Lowe. The Clippers are reluctant to include Terrence Mann.
Yeah, I heard about that.
In picks and trade for Harden. That's the other thing. I have no idea what the Clippers draft situation looks like. I sure as hell ain't giving it up for James Harden.
No, he shouldn't.
Because he's going to get a little bug up his ass in a couple of months and want to leave? No, dude, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
Dear, who runs the Clippers?
Little Lawrence Frank.
It's still Lawrence Frank?
Yeah, I call him that because that's what Tony Kornheiser calls him.
Do like Bray Wyatt.
Larry Frank.
Do like Bray Wyatt used to say. Run. just stay away from this. Just get out of it. Just go. No, we don't want nothing to do with this. You don't need James Harden. You don't need the headache that comes with James Harden. You don't need the consequences that come with trading away assets for James Harden. Just walk away. Let Daryl and James figure this out for themselves. Walk away.
I agree with you. I wouldn't make that move for James Harden if I was the Clippers. I really wouldn't. I don't think everything that I laid out about, hey, he could be this, he could do this for you, all this, I don't think he can deliver on.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it.
Jesse brings up a great point. He said Clippers feel like a lost team with this and the Paul George trade stuff. So we'll get to the Paul George thing here in a second, but go back to the Chris Paul stuff. They thought, like I think most of us thought, Chris Paul was going to be available and they were going to be front runners to land him. And they fell short there. And now it feels like with the James Harden thing, maybe they're searching. And now you've got this rumor about Paul George and the New York Knicks. And this was something we pointed out last week before free agency started. Watch Paul George and watch Kawhi Leonard. I think Kawhi is now. Paul George might be September, October, or it could be reversed. And Paul is now, or Kawhi is now, and Paul is September, October. But they're both extension eligible. And Paul George is going on Podcast P talking about a max extension.
Yeah.
And that, to me, now shortly after that podcast posted, you started seeing trade rumors regarding Paul George and primarily your boys, the New York Knicks.
And the rumor has it the Knicks don't want to give him an extension right away, at least.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. Nah, get here, get your feet wet. I'm not, again, I'm not, now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Paul George guy. I'm not saying I wouldn't give him an extension. I just don't know that I'd execute the trade with an extension on the table. It's like, hey, let's get here. Let's get all of the pieces in play. We want you here. We want you here long term. We're not giving up these pieces to have you for a year,
right?
Or we want you here. Let's get here. Let's get everything settled. Let's get everything in position. Let's put this New York Knicks basketball team in the best position to succeed in the years moving forward. I wouldn't have it on the table as I executed the trade.
Well, I understand that. I do understand that.
I'm a believer in Paul George, though.
Yeah, I think it's something they should really look at. Paul George is maybe the missing link to what they're trying.
Could be. It feels like they're missing. It feels like they're missing something to take them to the Bucks Celtics tier, and it could just be the Bucks and Celtics at this point.
Yeah.
Well, or maybe it's not. Giannis had a procedure today, or Giannis had a procedure recently, I should say, and his status for the World Cup is in question. But anytime I see ... had a procedure, I get nervous.
That's never anything that you want to deal with.
Especially because like you had it now.
Right.
That means the rest and rehab, that approach didn't work. So he had to do something else. So surgery in July, unless of course you're a finals team, and which Milwaukee very much was not. Surgery in July tells me you have a lingering issue that didn't go away like your trainers originally thought that it would.
Right.
And that's concerning.
Milwaukee is not. I don't think they're a championship contender.
Okay. I won't argue against it. Who is in the East then?
Boston.
Grant Williams still hasn't signed.
Still out there.
And I assume Boston's matching, right?
He's coming back. It's right now. It's if you're gonna match and you want him, then you're gonna have to. They want a first round pick, so they're matching him.
Yeah.
I put Boston on there. Miami. I think they're going to get Dame.
It's crazy. Miami went to the finals and probably got better this offseason. In context, to take the way that they got to the finals.
Yeah.
No one had Miami in the finals last year. When the playoffs started, no one had Miami. When the playoffs were a series or two in, no one had Miami in the finals.
Yeah.
But the fact that they wound up getting there, they played the way that they did. You look at them now and go, "Ooh, man, they might have found a way to get over that hump."
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to assume they're going to get Dame Lillard.
I think
for
that's
the sake of this argument,
fair assumption,
and they would be a championship contender. And it feels like that's where it's done. When I say championship right now,
Boston and Miami.
Yeah, I think it's those two. I think New York isn't far behind. I still haven't given up on Cleveland. I think Cleveland.
I felt like you didn't buy Cleveland.
I thought they were. I didn't think they were a championship contender, but I thought they were about where they were, like 4 seeds.
Are those the top
East.
4 seeds right there? You going to drop
Knicks.
Milwaukee out? Yeah, the Knicks, the Cavs, not in any order. The Knicks, the Cavs, the Celtics.
I think 2 of those 3. I'll cheat here. I don't think Milwaukee's going to fall off a cliff. I think they'll be there in the East as a home court advantage type team. But I just don't see them as a championship contender. I think they're getting old right in front of our eyes. They got a lot of injury issues with Middleton. Hopefully everything's cool with Giannis.
It's not talked about the same. They did just change coaches.
They changed coaches.
Mike Budenholzer is
changed coaches. So I look at them. I don't see them as a championship contender. And I hate that for my boy Giannis, but yeah.
Bucks, Celtics, 76ers, Cavs, Knicks, Nets. Those are the top 6 teams. I don't have to work too hard to figure out which of those 6 you're going to remove and put Miami into the top 6. I assume that's Brooklyn.
I'm really done with Philadelphia. I'm really done with them.
Okay.
I could, if you told me today at a time machine, you said, guess what? Brooklyn stayed in the top 6 and Philly fell out. I wouldn't bat an eye.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm doing. I'm taking Brooklyn out. I'll see your Philly. I'll take Philly out. Put Miami in, and I'm putting Indiana in.
I can see that too. Indiana
and the $1 million man, Tyrese Haliburton.
$1 million.
That was quality. That's one thing that I will never not love about Tyrese. I don't know if Tyrese ever listened to this show, but he'd love it. Tyrese would have the ability to jump on and talk about that Money in the Bank finish with us.
He would. Yeah, but he's
solid.
Turned his back on
that was solid use of the internet.
Yeah, but I could see that. And
I do appreciate every agent and insider who reported every single contract with the exact same wording up to 200. That's great Adam Schefter NFL style work right there, where you're reporting the maximum dollar that they could possibly make. It's great work.
Yeah, I'm not
great
mad
work.
At it. I'm gonna ask you a question right now. I'm asking the Chatty House as well. As people call in, man, 916-909-1320. Do what you got to do. You got an opportunity right now to take one of these players. You taking Lamelo or Tyrese? That's a tough one.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That is tough. I think I have my answer. I'm going to sit on it for a second. I want to get lazy.
Okay.
Is this one of those you're building a team? Who do you start with?
Lamelo
or Tyrese?
Yeah, you put it there.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Let's get
lazy. I think I
lazy.
know what the people are going to say.
Oh, don't say it like that. Like they'd be wrong for that.
No, I just know where they're going to go.
But is there, okay, let me ask you this. Is there a wrong answer?
I don't think there's a wrong answer. No. I like both of those guys a lot.
Let's get Lazy in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy? Who would you take, Lamelo or Tyrese?
Oh, okay. That's an easy question for me, man. Hey, I'm a big fan of both players. I like both young guys, but I would take Lamelo because he's more aggressive of a scorer.
Okay.
Tyrese is a great playmaker, but you got to have the right pieces around you. Luckily, the Pacers got Benedict Mathurin. He looks like a gunner, a scorer. He's good, but I just like LaMelo on his own. I like him and Brandon Miller. I think they could do something good. And although Charlotte isn't the best team, they do have pieces there with guys like Hayward, Terry Rozier, Miles Bridges while he's still there. So they got a little squad. But hey, if you guys wanted to open it up, you could even say Anthony Edwards because he's in the same draft class.
True, but he's not a point guard.
Okay, producer Lacey, calm down.
Hey, I'm on it when I call in.
That's all right. I'm with it. I'm with it.
Yes, sir. Hey, but I was calling in. You already know why I'm calling. You guys are talking about my Heat, man. We about to get Dame Lillard, and I was curious, guys. You know, they're talking about they need a 3-team trade because, you know, Blazers, they don't really need Tyler Hero. They got Anthony. They got Casey's guys, Shaden Sharp. Do you think it would be crazy for the Kings to maybe get in the mix for maybe Tyler Hero because he's a good shooter? You can move on Herter's contract. It's not that big, and maybe some other pieces. Hey, Kings are in win now mode. Why not get another good shooter? Yeah, that's basically it.
No, I appreciate you, Leezy. Leezy Scorsese. The problem, like maybe I'm thinking too much about this to answer your question. Would I like Tyler Hero on the Kings? Yeah, of course. Where's Kevin Herter going? Because he's not going to Portland because you have the same problem. So it doesn't work. Again, not to ruin your call, Leezy. Of course, I love Tyler Hero on the Kings. Yeah. But there isn't a conceivable way where the Kings could get involved in that, and Kevin Herter can't go to either team. We need a fourth team to get involved in this. I don't think that works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works, but if they found a way to make it work and Tyler Hero was available, and you know you'd move on from Kevin Herter, I think I'd do that. And I like Kevin.
Oh yeah, no. I think you do too.
Yeah.
But Kevin Herter about to have himself a season, so
he is. Fine. Kevin Herter about to do work.
Should we post that question as a YouTube thing?
Yeah,
because I know people are responding.
I think it's pretty one-sided so far too.
Well, I mean, you know, I think
Wolfpack with this one again.
So you're LaMelo then?
I think.
Well, that's your guy. Yeah. That's your guy.
Well, that's the Queen Bee's guy.
I know
I like LaMelo too, though.
She got a starting 5.
Well, she looks at LaMelo like the little bro.
Oh,
she don't look at him the same way she looked like a
Surge. Yeah. Savage.
I was somewhere on Sunday too. Gabe Kapler came on the scene. This girl's in the room.
Hey, Gabe's well. All right, we'll come back. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour on ESPN 1320. It's my bad. I messed up.
I'd take LaMelo over Tyrese too. I'd take LaMelo over Tyrese too. If it was for the Celtics, I'd take Tyrese, but.
If you got other top-tier players around,
it's like Lizzie said.
Yeah. Don't mind me. Just watching Summer League a little bit. So far, better showing for the Hornets. They probably got yelled at a little bit. You know, came out a little more focused, a little more locked in. Like to see that from the young fellas. Aldrin, Ant-Man is not a point guard. This is a point guard conversation, sir. That's why he's not mentioned in here.
Hit that thumbs up, baby. Let's see. Start a poll. start your team with? Tyrese.
Scruff McGruff. First of all, don't say that. I don't dislike Kate at all. I just don't believe in him as being NBA player right now. I have peeped him. I've seen Len be more productive in an NBA game more times than I've seen from Kata. Now you can say Kata doesn't get the opportunities or whatever. That's true too. We don't know, but from what I see from Kata, at this time I don't trust him. That's all it is. The Hornets got Amari Bailey too, so I make a couple moves on Monday. Raphael Belliard, I remember him.
So Trace Jackson Davis ain't playing in this one either, huh?
He's not. I didn't even recognize him.
He was I think he was hurt. Yeah. I think they were hoping he was ready for Vegas. Threw the poll question up just 2 minutes ago over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 in light of the massive rookie extensions that were handed out and earned by Anthony Davis, LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Haliburton. We focused on the point guards and asked, who would you start your team with? Tyrese Haliburton or LaMelo Ball? Again, this was just posted minutes ago on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Tyrese, 73% of the votes right now. Very, very early returns here. Very early returns. Blitzer would tell you these are early.
I don't expect them to change much.
I feel like you're saying that with a tone. You disagree?
I just think people like Tyrese better than LaMelo. And
I don't think it's outrageous that people.
That's one of the reasons why they
would
pick him.
That's fair, but I don't think it's outrageous to think Tyrese is better than LaMelo, though.
I don't think it's outrageous.
I mean,
I would disagree, but I don't think it's outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, in like I think you can have a conversation about either one of them.
The thing Jesse talked about it, Leezy talked about it as well, and I understand this. If you have established scorers and stars around already on your roster, then Tyrese is better. He's a true point guard. LaMelo's more of a scoring point, and if you need that type of star power or something like that, you go with LaMelo. Tyrese scored a lot more than I probably thought he could originally last season.
Last year, yeah.
He did a really good job in that aspect of getting better and improving his game. And I think it'll continue to improve, but I'd go with LaMelo. I think I think he's a more skilled player than Tyrese.
I think they're two just exceptionally talented.
They really
young
are
point guards.
They really are.
Tyrese like one of one with the way he plays now as far as like point guards and what they used to be. I don't think there's a lot of point guards like Tyrese anheanymore.
Like pass first guys?
Yeah, like the facilitators now.
Yeah. Like he's like a Chris Paul level point guard,
where
Chris Paul can score and has scored in his career, but he's a facilitator.
Yeah.
And it's the, and Lamelo could wind up being one of those guys that is like Steph Curry, where I'll always say loudly, Chris Paul is the best point guard of this generation. And then you remember, oh, Steph's a point guard. Oh, okay. Like LaMelo might fall into that category in a handful of years where like, oh, he's a point guard. He's a talented passer. But you recognize his overall game so much. I think you're always going to recognize Tyrese as a point guard. Like you're always going to recognize his best trait is finding guys around him. And you said this last week when probably during one of the several times I was trashing James Harden about him leading the league in assists. And it's like, that's useless. Like it doesn't matter. When Tyrese has 13, 14, 15 assists, like I think that's better for his team. When James Harden has 13, 14, 15 assists, I don't think it matters. And that's what I think the difference is between the two.
Yeah. Tyrese Haliburton last year, 20.7 points per game, 3.7 rebounds, 10.4 assists in 56 games. He shot 49% from the field, 40% from three.
10.4. He couldn't have been that far behind James because do you remember what James averaged?
I don't remember, but I feel like it might have been a games played thing. But I don't know.
Oh,
James was 10.7.
Okay.
Okay.
So even so, yeah. Because how do Tyrese played
56 games?
James had 58.
Oh yeah, and there's still a
James got hurt too though, so I don't know.
James played 58.
58.
Well, I wonder what the cutoff is because 1 year LeBron couldn't win the scoring title because he didn't play enough. And like I know there's
5 or something like that. 50, 55.
Well, now it's
65.
Okay.
LaMelo last year in only 36 games. We got robbed of a LaMelo season.
Yeah.
23.3 points per game, 6.4 rebounds, 8.4 assists, shot 41% from the field, 37% from three.
That actually, now that you say that, did we get robbed of a LaMelo season again?
Yeah, what happened before? Didn't he break his finger? Was that his rookie year or second year? I can't remember.
His first year, I just looked at it. I don't have the exact numbers, but I think the first year he played like 55 or something like that. And then last year, I think he played around 70.
Pretty close. 51, 75, and 36.
Yeah, he broke his ankle last year at the end of the season. And he came into the season. He didn't start playing at the beginning of the season. Like he came in the season injured. I forgot. I feel like it was a knee or something like that. But yeah, he never really got off the ground this past season.
Tyrese, on the other hand, 56 last year, 77 the year prior. That, of course, was the year he was traded in 58. Jesse says 58 games to qualify as a scoring leader. All right. Two immensely talented point guards, though. That's the point. Take a quick look at the guys, this poll's not going to change. It's going to stay.
I love those two guys, though, man. Those two, they're future point guards in this league.
Do you think the being around Kings fans over the weekend on Monday, do you think because there was certainly a reaction, and there's different pockets of fans, right? There's the chatty house and callers and people who are so wonderful to spend their time with us here on this show. There's social media fans. There's fans at the arena, and a lot of times you could check all three boxes. A lot of times you check two. Sometimes you just check one. But there was certainly a reaction to Harrison Barnes since our last show. Domantas Sabonis has that extension. Sasha's here, and you got Alex Len back. Like this team is legit running it back. Small sample size, one game, less than 100 people. thought everybody was really excited about Sacramento and what they did.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't know if, again, I'm trying to be fair to the point I'm making. It was a small sample size. I did not individually talk to every single person that was at the Golden One Center or that was downtown. I just,
you sure?
I'm quite positive. But
was your guy at the parking garage that you go to?
Was my guy at
Don't
the
you
parking
say like you know the guy that's always he always speaks to you?
Yeah, no, he wasn't there that day. Probably because he normally, like, it's not the one like before you enter. He's out on the street telling you like, don't come here. go to a different garage. Like do not come here. But there wasn't. I think probably because the arrival times were probably so sporadic. But probably a lot like it is today. With so many fans showing up before 7 o'clock more than showing up at 3 o'clock.
Right.
But the point is, I thought people were overall really excited about what the Sacramento Kings had done this offseason. And I wonder, and I'll ask the people who maybe aren't, did your mind change at all when you saw Kyle Kuzma's deal? Did your mind change at all when you saw Jeremy Grant's deal? Did your mind change at all when you saw Cam Johnson never entered like anything? Now PJ Washington is still out there, but the only reason I say the only reason I don't think anything of that is because he's on the Charlotte Hornets, and I don't even know if they know free agency started. That's not the sharpest group there in Charlotte. So like I don't put any stock into that. But when you see Cam Johnson, yeah, hey, free agency started. A lot of times you don't see restricted free agents get offers like super quickly.
Yeah.
Brooklyn was like, no, Cam's our guy. Like he's not getting the. Y'all are just looking for talk show stuff. He ain't going nowhere. Did that change the way anybody felt about Harrison Barnes?
I think that had a lot to do with how people felt about Harrison Barnes and felt about the Kings offseason when they saw some of these prices and these contracts go around the way they did. I mean, the Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks getting $20
million, yeah,
or $80 million total over 4 years. I think that settled a lot of people down who were very critical the day before of Harrison being signed back with the Kings. So, yeah, I think that had a lot to do with it. And I agree with you. A lot of people are cool with it now. They're like, all right, well, this all makes sense. And I think once you got away from, the day after with Harrison or 2 days or whatever, and you came back, you're like, look, man, you're bringing back a club that won 48 games last year. You're adding, a rookie. You're adding a guy in Vezenkov that, can be a big time piece for what you're doing. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I don't know if they changed their tune from we're going to be okay to this team can win a championship. I think that's what they were kind of looking for. But I completely disagree with a lot of the people who are like, yo, the West just got so much better and the Kings just stay on pat. Like, no, they didn't. West didn't get so much better. I'm still looking at Phoenix like, so.
Same.
Like
Ramsey.
I'm not impressed by anything that Phoenix did. None of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things to look at. Something about you said something there that reminded me of a thought I was having over the weekend. And you just mentioned this team won 48 games this year, and they're bringing back virtually the same roster with the additions of, Sasha, Duarte. They're not they're very good additions, but it's not Bradley Beal or Chris Paul or James Harden or a big name or something along those lines, right? I wonder how many of those people will, like, if you ask, like, do you believe in what Sacramento did last year? Are you buying that 48 wins? Because if the answer is yes, you shouldn't have a problem with what they just did.
Right.
If you truly believe, like, not only was that team good last year, they left games on the table last year, then you wouldn't have a problem with this. So we'll go to what you just said there about the West getting better. I think the Lakers are a better team to start this season than they were last year.
to start last year.
Yep, I think they're a better team to start this upcoming season than they were last year. I think the Clippers, regardless of what happens with dude in Philadelphia, I think the Clippers are still the Clippers. Like I think I can't put my figurative money on them again.
Right.
I like them and I'll root for them because I like that squad. I like, their players. I ain't gonna die. I'm not gonna die on that hill again.
I agree with you.
Phoenix, I gotta see it, man. I do think Golden State is a little bit better. I did read something funny this morning when ESPN was their writers, the website was analyzing the winners and losers and who improved their championship chances the most. And someone, won't say who, said the Golden State Warriors did because their chances to win a championship without Draymond Green plummet to 0. And I thought, oh, dear sweet God. But I do think Golden State is better than they were last year. Now, I don't know that I'm sold that Golden State's better than Sacramento through an 82-game season, but I think Golden State's better than they were last year. And that's about where it ends. Denver, they lost Bruce Brown. Are they going to drop 10 games? I don't think so. Memphis, I don't know, dude. I don't know what Memphis is. I'm our guy right here. I can't find it quick enough, so I'm just not good. This there.
I don't know. I don't know if
that's fine. That's enough. I don't know what to think of them.
Our girl, Momo, she said over the weekend that she thought Memphis was the second best team in the West after what they did this offseason. I don't agree with that.
So the addition of Marcus,
Derrick Rose, I think that's all they got.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
I like Marcus Smart. It's not the hottest take to say they're the second best team in the West because that's what they were last year.
Yeah.
I'll also say I don't think 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think they're going to be separated by a lot of games. Last year, 2 and 6 were separated by 7 games. I'll say it's less than that this year.
A lot of people talking about OKC too. OKC, I agree with everybody that says OKC. I like their roster. I like their players or whatever. Well, let's not anoint them yet.
Is OKC plus 10 games?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I could see them plus 38? 5. No, they were 40.
40?
They were 40 and 42. I could see them plus 8.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Where the Kings were. I could see them at 48 wins.
Right.
And they could be flirting with top 6. I like Oklahoma City better than Minnesota. I like Oklahoma City better than New Orleans. I like Oklahoma City better than Dallas. I like Oklahoma City better than all those teams.
All those. So,
there's just not a clear team in the top 6 that's fallen off.
Right.
That's really what it boils down to. So if the Lakers are better, and I believe that they are, if Oklahoma City is better, and I think that'll prove true, there's not a lot. That's 8 teams.
Yeah.
And that's just because I don't like Minnesota, and they're just gonna have to get there without me ever getting on that train.
I'm gonna have to see it with them.
Yeah.
But
that's 8 teams you're trying to shoehorn into the top six spots.
And this whole everybody got better. I don't think everybody got better in the West. I don't think so. Like I think Denver might have taken a step back. They still might be the number 1 seed, but I thought they took a step back. And we just laid out all those teams. People talk about Phoenix. Phoenix got a bunch of guys that are like, all right, they're cool. Like it's not like they solved everything. They still don't have a point guard. They got campaign back there. It's not going to get it done, And if one of those guys go down at any point in time, where does that leave them at that point? So I don't think Phoenix got better. Golden State stayed about the same. I think that's a 46 to 50 win team.
That's better then. They were 44 last year.
I don't think they got better. I think they'll get better just based like little stuff that I talked about before. They're not going to win 11 games on the road again. Like that type of season isn't going to happen again. I think Steph will play more games. Wiggins isn't going to be out for half the year. So
do you agree with Draymond?
I think they'll have a better record, but I don't look at them any differently than I did last year.
Well,
I didn't think they were.
I got you, but by default, that means they're a better team if they're winning 5 to 6 more games.
Well, their players will be there. That's all. They said they got better this. I don't think they got better this offseason. I expect their players to be there more than.
Do you agree?
60% of the season.
Well, that might be a wrong assumption. That's the Clipper thing we die on every year.
Yeah.
Do you agree with what Draymond said about Chris Paul and the potential effect he could have on Jonathan Kuminga? Now, he said it in the most jackass way possible, but it did get my attention where I was, because we've talked long about Chris Paul and how he could turn the big that he works with or the big that he plays with into the league leader in field goal percentage in the league. Draymond talked about unlocking Jonathan Kuminga with Chris Paul.
So now
take the messenger out of it.
Well,
look at Chris Paul working with the young Jonathan Kuminga. Is there potential there? Take the messenger out of it. I shouldn't even have mentioned the messenger.
Look, what he said isn't wrong, but my answer to that is, yeah, if your ass gets out the way, he can do a lot.
No. That's probably
because where are the minutes going to come from?
That could possibly be the story of last year, this year, and perhaps next year for the Golden State Warriors. Is this could if Marcus Thompson is listening, he can title his book "If Draymond had just gotten his ass out of the way." And I'm not going to put that on Draymond. I'm not going to put that on Draymond Green. They paid that man $100 million.
Mike Dunleavy, all that. Yeah. But this is what I always talk about. Like he could have an impact, but here's the difference: DeAndre Ayton, Tyson Chandler, DeAndre Jordan, all these guys were in there in the fourth quarter in crunch time. Kuminga not playing in the fourth if Draymond's there. He's not. You got Chris. I don't even know if Chris Paul playing in the fourth, but let's just, out of respect, say he is. Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green. That's who's playing the last 6 minutes of these games.
You know, I got you, and you tend to focus a lot on the end of games, but the question is, so I'm assuming your answer is no. Chris Paul can't do anything for Jonathan Kuminga.
Not do anything. He said he can help him understand the game and help him out a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to get him in there when it matters. He'll be cool. Like I thought he was cool this year. Steve Kerr just wouldn't play him all the time. Jonathan Kuminga at the end of the season was playing pretty well. And then you got into crunch time in the playoffs, and Steve Kerr refused to play him. He said he was unplayable. So I think he can help him, but if he helps him and he doesn't play enough, what good is it going to do?
Well, if he helps him and he doesn't play enough, like if Jonathan Kuminga's, but this is now a Steve Kerr problem. It's not a Draymond Green problem anymore. It's a Steve Kerr problem where Steve Kerr has to make the decision who's playing better. And if it's Draymond Green, play Draymond Green. But if it's not, then don't. And you got to. What the Warriors, I think, have to decide is whether they're going on this nostalgia retirement tour and whether that's winning in the playoff, whatever it is, or if they're trying to win a championship. Because I can't look at them and go like this. I don't look at the Warriors roster and go, this team is incapable of winning a title. I don't look at them that way. I don't think they're the best team in the West, but I don't think they're incapable of winning. But when I see this fixation with playing Draymond a certain amount of time or playing Klay Thompson a certain amount of time, that's where I feel like you guys aren't trying to win a championship. You're giving, and I don't even know that you're giving your fans a retirement tour. You're giving them this retirement tour where now you've got, now we're just waiting for Klay's $50 million a year extension. I don't get it. But as a roster, like I still see it in the same way. Like I can see the Clippers winning the title. There's a lot of caveats that come with it. And we all know what they are because they're the same ones that are attached to Kawhi Leonard and Paul George every year. If Steph is playing 70 plus, if Klay is playing 70 plus, I could see it.
Mhm.
Outside of that, they're in that cluster of 2 through 8.
Our main man Kyle Madsen checking in the chatty house puts a reference out there that I completely understand, because he says the Warriors are the 2016 San Francisco Giants. I thought the Giants, if everything broke right in 2016, I thought they could get to the World Series. I thought they could. I still believe. I don't know if they would have went to Chicago and won that Game 5, but it should have been a 5-game series. They blew Game 4 in the 9th inning, but it was one of those things where they blew it because they couldn't withstand any type of setback. They weren't talented enough for that. So if everything went right, yeah, we're pushing the world champs to the brink. But the second we didn't get the right outing from a bullpen guy, or Johnny Cueto makes one mistake in Game 1, we can't make up for that. And that's how I kind of see. I think this is what Kyle's saying about this year's Warriors. Everything breaks right. Everybody stays healthy and does what they're supposed to do. Absolutely, they could win a championship. But what are the odds of that? If any type of adversity comes, injuries or cohesion, or like, they can't overcome. They don't have the talent to overcome that.
But and we're so accustomed to those things happening through the course of a year that you just assume, well, that's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Except when you look at Sacramento last year. And the adversity that did hit them, they played through.
Mm-hmm.
Because we talk about, the Kings avoided injuries all year. No, their starting all-pro center played with a broken hand for like 6 months.
Mm.
So no, that's not what happened. And Keegan played with some mysterious injury that no one told us about till after the year was over.
Right.
But he had a tape job that was identical to the guy who broke his hand.
Right.
So I mean, but the point being is you can battle through that stuff.
Yeah. And now, real quick, not to cut you off, but I want to stop right there, because do you think Golden State will battle through that? Because that would be a mentality shift. Because what did we hear all last year?
So
we don't care about the regular season.
Yeah, I think that's what they tell themselves.
Mm.
So my answer to that is no.
Mm.
I don't think they can, because I think that's what they tell themselves to justify 11 wins on the road, 3 of which came in the last week of the season. I think that's what they tell themselves. I think that's what. But they do have an out this year though. Blame everything last year on Jordan Poole.
Oh, there's that. Yeah.
Of course we're going to battle this year. Jordan Poole's gone. They won't say it. They'll use words like chemistry. Watch when training camp gets here. Watch how many times Draymond or one of those guys uses the word chemistry or togetherness or something that clearly points the finger at Jordan Poole without saying Jordan Poole's name.
This year, I can be the leader that I'm always used to being. Last year, I couldn't do that. But this year,
Draymond.
It's back to normal.
Hi, Draymond. Damian Barling, ESPN 1320. Not big fans of you up there, but what prevented you from being the guy last year?
I mean, quite frankly, if you were following this team, you know what it is. I don't have to say it. I don't have to say there was a guy here that got punched and then messed up the chemistry because he got punched. I don't have to say that. You know what it is without me saying it.
So the guy who got punched messed up the chemistry, not the guy who punched him. I got you. Got it. Okay. Got it. I mean, nothing throws off chemistry enough than getting punched.
Got punched and couldn't get over it. And because of that, I couldn't be the leader that this team needed.
Draymond, did you find it weird that the entire organization kissed your ass after you punched him?
No, because the entire organization, quite frankly, they understand
You're
basketball.
not using your hands enough.
And they understand championship basketball. Did I ever mention that if we would have won in 2016, I would have been the finals MVP?
You know what, Draymond? Good luck leaving you off the all 75 if that had happened. Good luck. Good luck leaving me all 75.
I don't know if I ever talked about this on the air. I think it wasn't on the air. After game 2, We walked past Draymond's family. I swear Draymond's mom was looking at me crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
Draymond's mom
I remember
was looking at me crazy. And I was like, so
why were we TV? I was like, why were we at the Sawyer? I went to check in with CBS 13 because we were doing hits. You and I were in separate locations. I was at the Sawyer for the early hit, and I think you were doing the later one. And went upstairs. Hey guys, I'm here. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and I'll be ready for whatever you need. Run downstairs, turn the elevator. Coming out of the elevator, rocking damn near right into me. Your man's Draymond Green. Looked at him, made eye contact, treated him like he was Grant Napier on L Street, and just kept moving. Kept moving. They never met the man. Don't know the man at all.
I'll always say this about Draymond. I really will always say this. A lot of people seem to like him, and he seems to be a good enough man. I don't know the man.
So the funny part about that is
a lot of people seem to like him.
You know what the funny part about that is? And you're 100% right. We hear that all of the time from more. I mean, obviously, from more people than Marcus and James, guys like that. He did punch a dude in the face, like a teammate, like not in self-defense, like just straight jab to the face. So maybe we could calm down a little bit with this. He's a really nice guy. I'll say this. We talked about this last week or the week before, or whatever. A friend of ours has vowed the four of us are going to dinner together. It's like, all right, we'll figure out what this is all about.
Can I get in there to check him about his Paul Pierce comment? I won't even eat. I'll just go home after that.
What'd he say about Paul Pierce again?
He said that. He said they
don't love you like that. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. No one was even asking for a retirement tour, by the way, either.
He wasn't wrong though.
Don't do that, bro. I'll quit right now.
Well, they love you in Boston like that, Paul Pierce.
I think
I don't know if they
Boston.
love you around
I think
the league
Boston
like that.
Tolerates Paul Pierce at this point.
I think they actually love him.
I think they loved him. I just think they tolerate him now.
I think Boston still loves him.
Do they?
Yeah, I think everyone else tolerates Paul now.
No, most people don't tolerate him anymore.
I feel like people like Paul more now because he's all crazy.
No, I mean, Paul's damn near at the stage where I'm worried. Like Paul Pierce is approaching that hey, Paul Pierce cool? Like, is the truth all right? That live stream with KG was
wow.
That was just different.
He's a wild boy.
That was just different.
I mean, recently got divorced. This might just be post-divorce Paul.
No, it could be.
Wow.
Yeah, it could be. He
Yeah.
could be going, man could be going through his. I don't know. Paul Pierce does not strike me as marriage material. Paul Pierce does not seem like the guy who settled down. Like Paul Pierce did get stabbed in a club.
That was crazy. Then he get stabbed, 9 times?
He got, yeah.
Man.
I remember the first time I saw Paul Pierce at an all-star game party. And I mean, I get it. He had like 5 men in black around him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and this was probably just a handful of years after that.
That's crazy that it happened, man. That is nuts.
Yeah, that man got. I guess at this point he's probably survived the worst. So hey, live it up, bro.
Well,
live it up.
I was gonna say he not like this guy. I was gonna say it's like Kanye. Sometimes when people survive death, 50 Cent. Cheat death, you don't care about you just whatever. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna live, I'm gonna say what I want to say, I'm gonna do. It's whatever.
Is it different because he's putting it on like social media and stuff like that? I don't think like he's out there, but I don't know if he's that out there.
No,
Paul
hasn't done anything.
Wrong.
He
hasn't.
he ain't done nothing wrong.
He's just a little wild.
Reckless.
Yeah, he's just a little wild. You looking for anything tonight?
I want to see more Kobe Jones.
Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan Ford. I want to see him continue to play that way. James brought up a good point. I want to see something from Kessler Edwards. I want to see a little more consistency with him. And Keon Ellis, I want to see something from him as well. I was a little underwhelmed with his performance
that was tough
in the first game.
Again, it was the first day of the California Classic, so we don't have to form our opinions on these guys' future based off that.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's all the basketball we're going to get to see this in Vegas over the course of the next handful of days. I just had to break it to Trista, who texted me like, hey, you think Keegan plays in all of the Summer League? I was like, no, ma'am, I don't think he's playing at all in the Summer League. He's playing here. He's playing for us. He heard D'Lo and KC weren't. This is what I heard, that he found out that D'Lo and KC aren't going to Summer League. And he's just like, Luke, I'm not playing. What am I going to play in Vegas for?
Yeah.
I'll play here with our people at the California Classic. But if D'Lo and KC ain't bringing the Chatty House to Vegas, then, hey, let the kids rock.
And look,
put Jake Stevens in for Kenny.
Shout out Jake Stevens. Do work today, baby. I know today's your day. Today's your day. Sneaky thing about Vegas Summer League, which I'm still upset we're not going, is
I'll just give them more advance notice next time.
is a lot of these people don't play like after Tuesday. Anybody that you want to see,
yeah,
they're usually done by like Tuesday.
That's the beauty. Like we talk about Summer League. Really, what we should talk about is opening weekend. Because that's all you want to be there for.
Right.
I've been there in the later part of Summer League. That's not fun.
That second week get crazy.
It ain't, and not in a good way. Like it's the only time in Vegas you bored. Like, get me the hell out of here. I do not want to watch this anymore. But yeah, we need to just opening weekend at Summer League.
Is there
and Wemby versus Brandon Miller is official.
Yeah,
it's official. It's sold out.
Is there anything you're looking for? Look, I'll preface it by saying I didn't say Keita because I don't need to.
If Keita has a big showing tonight, you don't care?
No, the only thing I care about from Keita at this point is what he does in an NBA game.
Well, what if he gives you the 20 and 15 you asked for? You still don't care? That's not fair.
He did that to me last summer though, and he had a great G League season.
Believe.
I need to see him. I need to see it. He's one of those guys that I just got to see it in the NBA level. I want to see it from it. And I don't know what he does.
So what he does moving forward, the rest of the summer doesn't matter.
Not for me. He's gonna get an opportunity. He's gonna get tested with an NBA opportunity, and that's what I'll be looking at. I want to see because it can't be like G League because I seen him destroy the G League. Like he kills in the G League.
What's missing with him, man? I don't understand like why it feels like it's not computing. And I'm not sold on that, by the way. I think it was the first game. If he has an outing similar to the first half of Monday, then I'll be a little flustered.
Yeah.
Because obviously Keita's, I'm watching the Keegan Murray show tonight.
Keegan Murray
co-starring to me as Keita. Yeah.
I want Keita to do well. It's not like
that's not what it sounded like.
No, I want him to do well. I need to know that he's not a 4A guy. And for those who don't know what that means, it's a guy that kills in the minors, but can come to the major leagues and isn't doing the same things.
15 points, 10 rebounds, nearly 3 blocks a game. Those were Taco Fall stats.
Be careful about those G League guys, bro.
Is Taco?
He's like he's in Europe or something.
He's not Omos. You can't tell me Taco Fall and Omos don't look a lot alike.
Omos, I think he played at Georgetown.
USF.
Jordan Ford also.
Yeah, I would definitely see
Jordan Ford. It's Jordan Ford tonight and see because I was going to ask James. He actually brought this up himself for those who weren't with us in the first hour. That's when James was with us. He brought it up himself. Like who's got the inside track on that third two-way spot? And a strong summer from Jordan could be him.
I agree.
We'd love to see that. If you missed any part of today's show, if you missed James Ham, who's normally with us in 3 o'clock hours, with us at the top of the show, you can check us out on YouTube, or if you're listening on the 1320 AM, you listen on 98.5 FM HD2, you listen on Odyssey or TuneIn. Don't go anywhere. We'll just run it back for you next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Holla. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
2 more. Yeah. This starting on Wednesday isn't bad. Again, whoever negotiated the 5-2 in the CBA of life really, really fucked us over. They were clearly NFL players. NFL players negotiated.
And what I don't understand is people realizing that it can be changed.
I got a buddy who's going from working 5 days a week to 4 10s now. I wish we could do that.
Don't they give nap times in like Europe or something like that?
You're about to be working 5 10s from what I.
That's fine. Just show me the money, man.
Jesse about to be the Odyssey MVP. Maybe we should put a sales kit out now for Summer League 2024 and 2025, just to be sure.
I was gonna say, go ahead and make it 2025, not 2024.
Yeah, that's a good call. Guys just needed a little more notice. A little more notice.
The people that work like paramedics and firehouse, they do like 2 straight days, 24-hour shifts or something like that. Maybe 3.
2 on, 3 off.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. They be busy all the time.
I forgot. Trista's in Portland. She was like, I leave at 1:30 and I land at 3:30. I was like, that math doesn't check out. And then I remember her telling us she was going to help her mom with something. I'll see when we can get her. It might be early.
Yeah, Trista was not happy.
Oh man. All right, y'all. Let's go watch basketball.
Yeah, man.
Let's go watch basketball. Appreciate you for being with us. As always, hit the thumbs up, subscribe, and we see you tomorrow at noon.